Let's go and kind of feeling something chill. Don't have my usual level of humph. Or maybe that's just I'm not putting on the own thing behind it. Sorry, Katros, how are you doing? Good morning, friend. Sorry, I was just deciding what flavour of smooth jams to bust forward. You'll have to forgive me if it's the predictable Chiltendo. How's it going with you, friend? How is it going with your good self? Sorry, it's me hitting buttons. Wasn't expecting people to be here right at the beginning. Oh, nice! Does the regalia suit you? Have enough reclinable seats? Does it have exactly as many unfurling flying wings as you required? No, that sounds like a glorious way to spend a weekend. And I guess I'm also kind of a Sunday, Monday weekend person. Although my Sunday kind of disappeared, and yesterday was very, very busy. Oh, indeed has the unfurled wings. Lovely, lovely. You'll be very pleased to know that in 15, when I finally got the transforming set for the regalia, it took me a couple of tries to get it to take off, which was glorious, until I realised I didn't know how to land it. I clipped one of the wings into a telephone pole and killed the entirety of the party, which, while not the canonical ending, is the ending most likely when you give a bunch of, barely 20-somethings a fucking flying car, you know what I mean? Although then again, those boys were very wholesome, so I don't know. Oh, okay. So it's, not sure if all characters. I mean, if anybody's going to get it, Main Bunny Girl deserves it. Not that I know the character personally, but I have a feeling you've put a lot of hours into that. Which I always like to equate to that character putting in work. Stepperchen, good morning. What's ho, friend? Coming in. I actually have 2 cuppers, because I forgot I had one already. So I'm kind of double fisting drinks over here. And the amount of game news has gone from not a lot to a lot. So, never a dull moment, friends. Never a dull moment. Kimble, good morning. What ho, friend? Coming in. How you holding up? Yeah. I mean, Katros and I were just talking about the flying car from Final Fantasy 15, which Katros spent the weekend unlocking in Final Fantasy 14. And I am reminded of when I finally got the transforming plane wings for the car. And I actually managed to take off kind of successfully. But the first time I tried to land, I clipped one of the wings into a feckin' telephone pole and killed everyone in the car. And was, I guess, immediately reminded as to what it would be like if I was given a flying car. Oh, Kimble. I'm sorry you had a bad day, friend. How's it holding up now? Good news, Kimble, good news is today's game is Zen as. It might be a little twee for you, but I don't know, like, ever since I found, like, the tiny map of my hometown, well, okay, my home county, I don't know, it's not to say that I've had homesick per se, but I don't know, like, I don't think many of you know where Midhurst is in the grand scheme of things. I don't think any of you care about Petworth or Little Bognor, which is different from regular Bognor. I didn't even know there was a distinction between the two. Oh yeah, sorry if I didn't tell you the story. And Lizzie, good morning. What ho, friend? How goes it? Fiona and I got a gift from, like a late birthday present, combo birthday present from a friend. And it was a really nice handmade little tiny taco truck. But the wrapping paper was this. Now, obviously, this camera won't be able to do it justice, but this is a map of the region where I grew up in the UK. Specifically, where is it? I have to fucking look for it. This tiny dot here Yes, I know. It's very, very easy for you to identify that from this tiny map, which is a little town called Petworth. We didn't live in Petworth. We lived near Petworth. Literally, our address said near. So yeah, there we go. A little insight into the land of Will. Lizzie's like confirmed. Never let Will drive anything in real life. Hey, I am stonkingly good in a giant robot. Like, for what I lack in ability to drive a vehicular vehicle, I gain in the potential to be a Gundam protagonist by virtue of being the only person that read the manual. Kindball's watched a full playthrough of this. Oh, then fine. I watched the trailer for it last night, and a lot of people said that it was like a slow-paced British Firewatch. But that sounds lovely today. Sorry, let me finish saying hellos. Varbles, good morning. What ho, friend? Ross Whitelaw, what ho, friend? To the Down Under Dwarf, what ho, friend? JP, hello, hello. Coming in. Well, then, Kindball, if you don't think you're going to be getting much in the way of sleeps, then allow me to provide you with company and conversation. Kind of like having your own tiny Will on your bedside table, just nattering at you. Falazio, good morning, what ho, friend? Coming in. Wraith says, British Firewatch, it does sound lovely. Look, and I mean, Wraith, if you're here for the next couple hours, you'll get to see it, but the art for it, it looks like, I don't know, it's like Last of the Summer Wine tier, stereotypical British countryside. You know, it's not quite the South Downs, it's not quite the Midlands forests, it's like an amalgamation of the above in this beautiful kind of like green pastel, blue skies with fluffy clouds kind of ideal. And you know what? I'm not against going for some idyllic. Obviously, when it comes to history, the Brits are always the baddies. We're always the baddies. Even when we say we're not being the baddies, we're probably being the baddies. So I'm not a person that suffers from any like delusions of nationalism. But the idea of just taking a feckin' metal detector and going for a trundle around the countryside today feels pretty bloody good. And Sagebell, what ho, friend? How are you doing? I will say, as you've noticed, I'm not in New World today. If you are considering playing New World, we've formed an alliance with Thor's team. So if it's something that you're looking to play, do let me know and I'll point you towards Thor's company. But as I understand, in New World, you can make a character on any server, and for the next 2 weeks, you'll be able to move it to any other server free of charge. They're helping to get people in-game, and like rather than everyone queuing for the same servers, and I do appreciate that. But I can assure you, like, I've watched Thor play games like New World, and he's very good at them. He knows how to run a guild, he knows how to play those titles, and if it's something you're interested in, I mean, plus, it's feckin' Thor. He's part of the reason we're even here. Like, as a squad. Sorry, Jackie Foxblood, good morning. What ho, friend? See, Wraith, I was hoping somebody would get that. Oh, sorry, Wraith was saying explains the choice of GIF in the announcements channel. I couldn't find a good GIF of Last of the Summer Wine, so I found a Reeves and Mortimer ripoff of Last of the Summer Wine. No, that will not make sense to any of you outside the UK. To describe Last of the Summer Wine as twee is to do it an absolute injustice. It is like distilled twee. It is idyllic Britishisms, like boiled down to its jammy, gooey essence. Now, I mean, Jackie, especially with online games, people have a habit of data mining, but I don't think that's, like, I don't know what data mining has to do with the price of tea, and I don't mean that to sound as aggressive as it does, but, like, video games are an experienced medium. I can tell you a video game, or I can tell you what will be in it, but that's very different from the experience of acquiring, the experience of going through it. Kimball says it was awful. The theme music was iconic. Yeah. It always felt like a weird little time capsule of an era of the UK that no one ever actually lived. Sorry, Last of the Summer Wine. Anyway, I hope you all like video games, because there's feckin' loads of them. It does seem that every studio decided to wait until this week to launch their titles, and it's been heartbreaking to see some games just on social media being like, please pay attention to us. Please, just give our game some coverage. Vanderbeest, head of House Order, Watto friend. And there's a certain amount of... Because I want every game to succeed. I want every weird RE indie title to do gangbusters. But between you, me, and the goalposts, there was one title that I wanted to cover this week. And I put in a request for a press key. And they went, no, I'm sorry, you don't meet our requirements. And then today I saw them on social media being like, look, does anyone want a key to cover this, please? We're desperate. Why today? Why, Lizzie, it does mean we're going to be playing games all day. The whole day! I feel bad because Stammering Gamer is actually based in Yorkshire and kept doing the whole day noise. And their partner is not impressed. Oh, sorry, and Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Yeah, there's so many good games coming out this week, or have come out last week, and they're all condensed. And it happens every year. Every year, people start setting their own launch dates, their own goals, and everyone forgets that end of September, October is the worst. November's probably worse because...
Who wants to sing?
Oh, thank you, Fiona. It's giving us a host. November's even worse because that's when the AAAs usually start cracking their knuckles because they want to release before people start spending money on Christmas. Then early December is pretty packed. Late December is dead. But then people don't buy new video games in the end of December because the Christmas sale's still going on Steam. So unless you launch a massive discount, it's not worth it. And yes, I do know that Thor did release his game on Christmas Eve, but we've talked about how, community building and engagement and direct interaction with your users allows you to kind of bypass it. It's kind of like doing your homework before you go on holiday rather than after you get back. Yes, it's a lot of work early on, but it pays dividends later. Oh, Kimball, yeah, it does mean devs doing overtime during the summer. Yeah, hey, Kimball, do you know what's been feckin' weird about being, full-time on this Twitch.television? Summer's the quiet period. End of May and then June and July are the dead periods in the streamosphere, which is the exact opposite of working a big studio where summer is like, go, 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 go! Oh, and Alnus, Watto friend. Oh, J-Post, I didn't say hello. Durry Quill. Hey, Park Programs getting heads. Watto friends. Sorry, I was off on a blah, 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 about launch windows. Anyway, TLDR, alongside New World, the new content for Outer Wilds is out today. Friends, I'm going to try and hold off playing that as long as I can, because for those of you that want to play the Outer Wilds by itself as its own little self-contained experience, please get on that as soon as, because I do not want to be the one that spoils it for you, you know what I mean? But for those of you that are happy to come with me on our little adventure, please do. Park says you can release digital stuff on Christmas without taking a big hit since you don't need to plan. Well, theoretically, you're not wrong. If you release it in the run-up to Christmas, but during and after, that's when the Steam Christmas sale is in full swing, and most stores are doing their winter sales. So if you launch a title at $15, that's not a bad price point for an indie title, but someone might be able to buy 8 games for $15, and so they start weighing up the new hotness versus those games that have been on my wish list that I've been telling myself I'm going to get. So users' purchasing habits kind of go a bit skewy. Also, when big games like, you know, Red Dead Redemption get discounted down to like $20 and people start going, ooh. So it's like, it's a time when people are super engaged, but the market's in a weird space. Anyway, so you all know all this. I just love talking about it. It is upsetting to see indie teams that basically, if they could have waited a few months and launched in like January, February after the Christmas reset, they'd be doing gangbusters. But instead, they chose to release now, and now they are begging for any kind of coverage, which they probably won't get. I mean, friends, you are all probably following more people than just myself on this twitch.television. If you gaze over to the bar over here, like, how many of those say New World right now? Like, I mean, hell, the reason I'm not doing New World with all of you lot is because I'm not entertaining when playing MMOs. MMOs are my nice little, like, actually, they're the games in which I'm the least social. Okay, Stepagen says 3 out of 7. Catrol says none, actually. Oh, I see you're a person of class. Sage Bell's got 3. But the point being is, that's what you're going up against in the public consciousness. Whilst not everybody wants an MMO, not everybody wants to watch an MMO or play one right now, when they hit big because of the sheer amount of information that comes around a title like that. Oh, Sage Bell's got 6 on Dead by Daylight because there's new content. Oh, what did they drop for Dead by Daylight? Because I must have missed that. Gitnet says 2 of 12. Oh, Nom Nom. What, ho, friend? Actually, Gitnet, did I say hello? I hope I did. Oh, and Quasi, what, ho, friend? They're on a 10-minute break in an hour for a virtual career fair. Too many younglings. You must break them. The ones that survive, those are the ones you want. Look, I'm not saying that career fairs should be like the recruitment process for The Witcher, but sometimes. Bark says none of their Twitchers have a bar on the side. I'm sorry. Salen says 3 of 12 for data points. Yeah, but if you consider of the ecosystem how much that is. Okay, Katros, I'm waiting on Void Train to do full release before I get into that one. And I feel it's fair to sit here and just chatting, because let's be honest, I'm going to talk your bloody ear off until we get into game. Oh, and the game we're playing today is the magnificent Trufflepigs. It is a twee as fuck, think Firewatch but very British, where we take a metal detector around the English countryside and find things. I'm sure there's more to it. I'm sure there's more narrative. It comes from, I believe, one of the creative peeps behind Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. So I can't promise today's game is going to be like a narrative superstar. I can't promise it's going to be like one of those, like, changes your perception of video game type days. But I've wanted to try it, and it is so absolutely ridiculously, like, English countryside. It is not the Chinese Room. I think it's a Fracture team. The developer's called Thunked, as in Thunk D. Published by AMC. But, like, the thing is, it's a very, very pretty game. Oh, sorry, from the lead designer of Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. Ikoa says, do we know if the Outer Wilds DLC is a separate storyline or something that shows up throughout the main story? Tempted to play, but I don't know if I have time to replay certain sections of the main game. I've not looked into it. Now, don't quote me on this, Ikoa. Last I saw, they said that while you don't need to have your save game from the previous one to enjoy it, it was recommended. So I don't know what that means. So yeah, Alan is really going to find a Roman coin or a Tizer can. Who knows? And as someone that, as I said, did a stint at a Roman villa, it was so funny seeing the metal detecting crew out. Very rarely would they find anything. But then again, when they did, Sage's like, they were saying wilds and not pronouncing worlds. So weird. God. Speaking of like dumb launch problems, sharing a launch window with another title where you have an eerily similar name, the Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds thing. Though the irony being that the Outer Wilds, because of its huge critical reception, ended up being like the remembered darling. Outer Worlds was good. Like, New Vegas in space sans the Fallout license. But Outer Wilds is one of the greats. It is one of the games that defines video games as a genre, as an art medium, why it's so brilliant. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, yeah. TLDR, lots and lots of games that have come out all at once. And they are all desperately, desperately vying for some kind of coverage. So most of this week, I've been playing stuff that's way off the beaten track. So today we're doing the Magnificent Trufflepigs, which did come out... When did that come out? God, that came out June of this year. But I don't know, I wanted something twee. Now, tomorrow, we're playing a game called Keyword, although the official title is Keyword, A Spider's Thread. It's a cyberpunk detective game, which, okay, I can immediately all hear your brains going, oh, God, not again. Well, hear me out. So, your daughter is missing, and from the confines of your own room, you have to find out who took her and why, and try and get her back. And the reason why I'm so excited to show you it is because it's it's not a visual novel, it's not an 8-bit game, it's a lateral thinking puzzle game played from the first person. So you can do things like look out your window, use binoculars, find a room, and like record information from that, then use your computer to find out what's going on. So it's potentially a more tactile, like a normal lost phone. Jackie, I've seen Game Deck doing the rounds. That feels more like the post Shadowrun Returns type titles that we've seen a lot of. And while I'm not saying Game Deck is necessarily bad, I didn't see anything about it that jumped out, that went like, this is something different from anything else. So yeah, definitely we're playing Keyword tomorrow. So tomorrow, if you want to bring your thinking caps, we can solve a bunch of problems. We can solve a bunch of puzzles together, and if it's not good, we can just make a bunch of jokes. Then Thursday we're doing Sable, because I wanted to give that like a breathing room, but I don't think many people have played it, and I think considering the deluge of excellent titles we're going to get, I think Sable might get missed this year, if you know what I mean. Obviously Blackout Club on Friday, though. There's no way this week's Blackout Club is going to top last week's, which I still feel guilty about. Oh, Mr. Squarepeg, Watto. Okay, Varbles was saying, give Game Deck some time. It has some bad English localization issues. Oh, I mean, that's cool. That's something that can be fixed. Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of House Valkyrie, Watto, friend. Kimball, I suggested Kiwi to Fiona, and I believe her exact words were, that seems very stressful. So far I've not got Fiona to agree to play that with me. But I'm keeping it in the back pocket there. Mainly because I know what kind of chaos will be wrought. For those of you that didn't get to see it when... Hey! Ma, how are you doing? What ho, friend? Well, lurk away, friend, lurk away. It took me days to recover from Friday, and I don't know if I still have. What was I going to say? Oh, yes! Now, Saturday may change. Basically, I've messaged a lot of different people about a lot of different ideas on Saturday, and I've got a lot of ums and ahs back. So at the moment, on Saturday, we're going to play something that, when I heard the pitch of it, I knew I really wanted to show you all. And I never thought I'd be like, yo, you want to play a golf game? But on Saturday, we're playing Golf Club Wasteland, which is the premise of it. The planet Earth is ruined, is inhospitable, and is at this point only a golf course for the super rich. And through a 2D game of golf, you basically get told the story of how the world fell. And I'm like, wait, so you're gonna do a critique on the super rich and the fall of the planet through golf? You know what? Feckin', alright, I'm down to clown. Let's see where this takes us. Yeah, Wolfgrad, Fallout Golf. The only thing I will say, friendos, because you know my personal philosophy on games has been like to try and give them a breathing room after launch day for those of you that do want to play them yourself. So like, I'm not doing the Outer Wilds DLC today. God, I want to, but I'm going to wait. And I'm going to do it with you lot either next week or the week after when everybody who's wanted to kind of like go into it blind has had the chance, and we can do it as a group. However, Inscription is coming out next month. I think I even wrote it in the feckin'... Yeah, I wrote it even in the diary. So, like, the 19th, Inscription's coming out, and I will be playing that, like, very first day of. I mean... we all have our weaknesses, and anything by the bloke that made Pony Island is there. Do you know what I mean? The Hex is still one of my all-time favourite games. Okay, favourite makes it seem like it's a personal bias. The Hex is one of the 3 great games about video games. Like, The Hex, The Beginner's Guide, and The Magic Circle. Like, those are the 3. And it did not earn that title lightly. Also, as a complete aside to an aside, look who's finally finished! Yeah! After yelling at the fecking knee structure, after swearing and cursing up a storm, I finally got Mr. Gandon with an AK done. Alright, actually, I still need to do some cleanup on the some of the ink work, and I need to do some of the water decals it comes with. But it's done. Now all I've got to do is finish repairing this guy that took a feckin' dive off of the high board. And then I got to decide which one to do next. Obviously, I'm not going to get 30 kits done between now and November. That would require very little sleep and cybernetic hands. But yeah, it's one of those builds that I was ready to yeet it across the room several times while I was putting it together. And now it's done, I love it. Sadly, when I broke said hand, they didn't offer me a robo hand, so, you know, take what you can get on that one. I'm trying to think what else has been going down. Not with that attitude. Not with any attitude. Wolfgrad says they're happy and sad because the new Outer Wilds stuff is out, but they won't be able to give it attention till it deserves till the weekend. Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I won't be streaming it for at least, like, a week or 2. I mean, the great thing about the Outer Wilds when we played through it was the peeps that hadn't experienced it as well and decided to do it, like, decided to go through it with us. Like, I always take that as a massive compliment. Because, like, okay, we're playing Keyword tomorrow, right? Or Keyword A Spider's Web. And I know that very few of you had that on your radar. And maybe it's great, or maybe it's terrible. Either way, it's interesting, and it's different. It's... Someone described it as kind of like Welcome to the Game, but without the horrendous jank and creepy developer. And I think it's possibly better than that because it's going for a more cohesive narrative. And it, at least to my understanding, doesn't have, like, the spooky jump scare bastards in it. Or, again, or the creepy developer. And Vanderbeest? What ho indeed. Sorry, for those of you who weren't aware, so Welcome to the Game was an experimental title which kind of gained a certain amount of infamy amongst content creation circles. And Welcome to the Game 2, as a TLDR, you are an individual trundling around the black web, Jesus, my Jiminy, the dark web, trying to stop a murder from happening. All the while, agents are being sent to your house, so you have to play, like, hide and seek from jump scare type nonsense. The reason why I accuse the developer of being very creepy is because you know how in the Blackout Club you have enhanced horror, where the devs go, hey, is it okay if we jump into your game and kind of mess with stuff? And so it's up to you if you want to, like, turn that on or not. In Welcome to the Game, the developer has that option regardless, and got a reputation for messing with people and getting into their DMs, especially, you know, women, whilst they were live on Twitch. And it didn't come across as an enhanced experience. It came across as an yeah. The you factor is quite large in that one. Now, you know, friends, that I love, like, experimental narrative. I love people messing with the manner in which we tell stories. But there are levels. There are levels. It's called Welcome to the Game. And I believe, Welcome to the Game 2 is the one that adds the direct interaction. Now, what I would say is, Welcome to the Game is worth studying. I wouldn't say buy it. I wouldn't say, like, give money to that creative. But in terms of what it tries to do, and in some regards fails, in some regards succeeds, is very interesting. Because it's one part like lateral thinking hacksaw puzzles, one part kind of like new school indie horror like hide and avoid. So yeah, I'm obviously not condoning the developers' behavior, but they get the game itself has a lot done with a very, very small amount of work. And I guess this is one of the things about video games being such a new medium, is not all the great creative strives end up being good, but it's always interesting to study them. Because you never know, like, how much it might inspire you in your other creative spaces. Sorry, that was me going off into space for a second there. What was I nattering about before getting into Welcome to the Game? Oh, I went to the DMV today, and it was a weird liminal space. And sorry, this one's only for Murricans. I am getting my state ID all sorted because I've been using my passport for, like, nights out and stuff. It also means that I'm not allowed to go into places that sell the devil's lettuce. I know. It's actually kind of funny because the place down the road where Fiona gets most of her stuff from, mainly because they always give River the good treats, and River loves that place. I have to stand outside like a fucking knockoff Jay and Silent Bob type. Despite the fact that it is a legal dispensary. I'm not just standing outside a fucking Quick Stop. Anyway. here was the surreal thing. So to hit up the DMV in the US, you have to make an appointment now. So we show up. We have to say that neither of us are suffering any symptoms and we're vaccinated. And then we go in, and there's no one, apart from the staff and a person at each window. We take a queue number, and I'd step into the waiting room where there is no one. Just a shit ton of empty chairs all arranged out. And then after I take 2 steps towards the waiting area, I hear 127, please head to counter 6. And I look at it, and it's mine already. And I'm just like, I am someone who survived, the Social Security office for 10 months. I was in a mindset prepared for government tier waiting. And it's like, no. Done, question, done, question, photo, question, done. And that was it. Of course, I didn't realise that... it didn't really strike me because I was working very late last night that I was going to be having my photo taken today. So, I look like hot trash! My beard's too long, my undershave ain't done. And while it doesn't show up on camera, I have a bastard of a spot forming on my nose. Like some kind of rebellious state that will soon be crushed. So, that was surreal. Oh, and I think it's worth saying, just to keep you all in the loop, I spoke with the management company this morning, the peeps that wanted to represent the Longship, and I politely declined. There's a lot of stuff that they could do to help us as a squad. There's a lot of things that they'd be able to take off my plate, but at the moment, I can't justify the cost on it. So, who knows? Maybe if we end up taking over the world proper, I can get some proper help. Oh, sorry, just JP was saying they had a picture taken a couple of days ago. First one had glare in the glasses. Oh, you gotta go for the Animu move. Second, they looked like a grump. The third was like, feck it, print it. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, and Lizzie, that was it. Well, and it was more like the... during the quiet period during the summer that worried me. I don't want to get into costs and figures because that's considered uncouth. But, yeah. The amount that they were asking for per month, versus what they were offering, wasn't a bad deal. It's just during the summer when things get quiet, which is fine, but during that time, I'm worried about not being as fiscally soluble as we usually are. And it was a non-small amount of cash. Oh, and Lord Lost and Found, I hope I said hello. I'm glad to hear your internet's facts. You got Sake this evening as well. Nice! Adam, I did not admit to it being a cult. It is not a cult. Captain Steph's with me. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. I think that's all the work stuff I can talk about. It was... Yeah, Lizzie, you're right. The cost for the Longship wasn't great. The cost was fair for them to ask what they're providing, yeah. And I hope we get to work with them again, honestly. There was... I'm still chatting with them because there was some stuff that they were offering, and I'm trying to see if they'll, offer those things in isolation, like a consultation. But... Sorry, here's me going into the feckin' boring bits of Run the Longship. I love doing this. I worry sometimes that I take my eye off the ball a lot. Sometimes the back-end stuff or just the drama of existing or everything happening all at once means that I'm not focusing on this. And sometimes it's nice to have an external, separate voice be like, all right, here's what you're doing right, here's what you're doing wrong. And we used to do kind of like almost like anonymous feedback as a team, and we did it really well in the first year, and then it kind of the second year it was not so great, and then it kind of fell off a cliff. So I don't know. It's the challenge of being indie. The drama of existing. I believe that's what the kids are calling it today. A big mood, says Katros. Oh, I can't. Okay, so long as you're finding it interesting, I promise I won't. I promise I won't start talking into someone who just whinges about the back end stuff. My concerns are always like making sure that I'm doing right by you lot. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's my job to keep finding new people for our Longship. It's my job to be the meaty megaphone of this operation and to make sure everybody's having a good time. That's how I justify you lot being so fucking lovely to myself, you know? Oh, no! Well, you know what, JP? I'm sorry you've been having a shite day, but we have a beautiful game that we're going to tear into. We've got lovely company. I've got we'll call it semi-fresh cup of coffee. It's going to be a good day. I am determined on that one. Lizzie says, if we get you the purple tick, we might be able to relook at that thing. Yeah. But then again, it's like we've always said. The purple tick is a benefit for us as an operation. But Longship wants a purple tick. That's just because you want to see me play feckin' Raft. I know this. Lizzie, this is not a selfless chant. You want to see me get feckin' savaged by a great white. Oh, Falazio, how are you doing? I hope I said hi when you came in. Feckin' terrors. Anyway, okay, I promise I won't keep... I promise I won't keep feckin' ringing the bell on this conversation. TLDR, we are already a self-sustaining operation, which means I get to do this full-time and focus my whole feckin' life into this, which makes me stupid happy. We don't need a purple tick. Would it help? Fuck yes. Do we need it? We could do without it. And I'm not gonna do anything different here to chase the numbers. Not gonna find me trundling after those extra concurrents. Jackie's like, what about a red tick? I know they do teal ticks now. Twitch ambassadors now have their own special little mark on twitch.television. Yeah, a red tick would be pretty badass. Maybe we could sneak the ASCII in for that one. And Wolfgrad says I'm not data driven. Ah, different data. If I were to talk about it in purely dataistic terms, which is a new word that I just made up, it's called engagement, not reach. So I look at what you lot like spending the most amount of time hanging out and doing, and I do that. So I look at certain kinds of titles that you all enjoy watching or enjoy spending the most amount of time on, rather than seeing how many new people we get. Does that make a weird sense?
Humble Comic Bundle, James Bond and Beyond by Dynamite was just purchased for $18.
Who was that, you lovely Mother Hubbard? Sorry, whoever picked up the James Bond comic bundle, thank you kindly. I know it is a pain in the ass to go through people's partner links, so I'm very grateful. What have they got on at the moment? So they TV and comics by Titan. James Bond by Dynamite. Oh, and there's a Black Library bundle. Yeah, River Defended the House. A Red Sky, yes, a tick infestation would be a bad thing. Ereman Watto. So Wolfgrad, that's what I go by. Like, I go by what you and everybody else enjoy either getting involved with or watching, rather than what gets us the highest number of concurrent people. Because Captain Steph was saying I stream too long. I do. But that's because there's essentially like two shifts of people who hang out here. So most of you lovely lot are like either the second screeners or the Europeans. It's either the end of your day or it's during your work day and you've got me on in the other tab whilst you're, I don't know, writing swear words in Morse code to people in their support tickets. I don't know. Sorry, that was an old reference. But, like, round about, like, 3-4 o'clock, most of you in the European spaces head to bed, which is fucking cool. And most of you have been second screening, like, start finishing work and start going to do other stuff. But then, all, like, the people from the Americas who are finishing work and come in at that point. So it's kind of like 2 squads of people. Wolfgrad says they only mean it semi-jokingly, as so many companies are data-driven in completely wrong ways. They are. Well, and this is why I love talking about this, because if we take the Twitch.television nonsense out of this and bring it back into actual like video games and creation. I'm sorry if I've spoken about this. I promise not to go hard on it. But oh, and Asari, Watto friend. Sorry, and Red Scar adding, swearing at work is like, as per my last email. Oh, nothing says, fuck your couch, quite like, as per my last email. Oh, and Park says that I'm on the 4th and 5th screens. Do you have, like, 2 of them in, like, in portrait mode, and I'm kind of across them both, or? Sometimes I'm not even on people's screens. I'm on the big telly, which is always a great compliment. Okay, so in video games, data-driven decisions are never necessarily bad, but the problem is doing things purely based on data can result in some very strange changes. But then again, the shamanistic is very difficult as a pure methodology for business. And by the shamanistic, I mean like knowledge that is known but not easily quantifiable. So I'm trying to think of some examples off the top of my head, but oh, nice! I'm on the big telly in Kimball's place as well. Oh, and Captain Steph says, have I thought about breaking up the streams? Okay, last on the stream conversation before we got back onto data-driven by shamanistic. We tried that during the GameWorks era, and what happened is people leave, and then they don't come back. I think it's because, like, for those of you that do second screen it and stuff like that, by the time I come back, you're onto other things, or your attention is elsewhere, or maybe you're just done for the day. But I found that if I did like a full stint, more people hung around than if I did stint, break, then a stint. Hey! Here's someone who knows drastically more about this subject than I do. Aperios, good morning and what ho, friends! Hello, hello. I was just having a natter about data-driven decisions versus shamanistic decisions, and how a blend of the two is perfect. Also, friendos, if you are not following Aperios Unlimited, please change that. Aperios knows drastically more than I do about like the actual business and understanding of streaming. Like, Aperios is the person I go to bounce ideas off of and get like a sanity check to make sure I'm not going out of my feckin' mind here. Also, he's actually good at video games as opposed to me. So please, please, please do give him a follow, alright? Okay, you know what? Lord Lost and Found, that's actually not a bad example. And I know it's more of a joke answer, but the best way to describe shamanistic knowledge is when you're in a pub quiz and you just know the answer. And when people go, how do you know that? You can't remember where you got that info from, so you say, trust me. But yeah, data-driven decisions in video games is an interesting conversation because sadly, a lot of the time that I've encountered it has been used by design teams to justify stuff that's going down. Sorry about that. Where was my brain at? I'm really struggling to think of a shamanistic element within... Oh! The one I always use. Mods. Mods are a great example. We all know that a game with an active modding scene sells better for longer, right? Oh.
Been meaning to grab this, and your partner Link helped seal the deal. Just purchased Humble Software Bundle, Unity Fantasy Games and Game Dev Assets for $25.
Well, been meaning to grab this and your partner Link helped seal the deal. Thank you for that purchase. I hope you're having a good time. Although, actually, joking aside, let's see what the fantasy assets are. Because I know a few people that have been using the fantasy assets for, like, tabletop games and stuff like that. Oh, wow. No, this is all 3D assets. Okay, it's 3D assets and a copy of Minute of Islands, which is a cracking game. That's a great feckin' bundle. Sorry, alright, if any of you lot are thinking of doing, like, Unity stuff, check this the hot feck out. Feckin' yo. Lizzie was like, mods? I could almost hear you unsheathing a flamethrower. Because apparently you have a sheath flamethrower. And Imperios, I shall shill harder. Don't challenge me, sir. Roll up, 2 for a pen, Unity bundle assets, 2 for a pen. You there, sir, do you need yourself a Unity course with a reputable retail price of $500? Yes, you do, 2 for a pen, 2 for a pen. Lizzie, no! I do like that Lizzie and Jackie went for the same line. Feckin' terrors, the lot of you. But no, joking aside, like, $25 for Minute of Islands plus these assets is a feckin' steal. But yeah. Yeah, Beadora, it's already weird in here. Also, Watto friend, how are you doing? Johnny, Johnny, did I say hello? I hope I did. Is there anyone that hasn't had a proper hello from me before I keep nattering on? Because honestly, I feel like I've talked to you all about the shamanistic versus the data-driven a bunch of times. Mods are one of the best examples of the shamanistic because it's very difficult to point to mods as a means of revenue generation. Like, the data just doesn't support it. But we know, shamanistically, that having a good mod scene does cause people to spend more money on a title. They buy more, they get more involved. And the more engaged someone is, the more cash they're willing to put in. But you can't point to it and go, this is why. Because it's very difficult to track how mods affect sales. Like, there'd need to be one mod that came out that specifically caused a direct spike in sales that you could point to and go, yes. Beadora, it's no worry. It's no worry. Oh no! Ill-advised after dinner nap. No! And that used to be one of my few indulged poor life choices, was having a nap at like 8, 9 o'clock. And Beadora, I'm doing real well. Survived the DMV this morning, which was surprisingly easygoing. Like, far easier than it had any right. Yeah, I'm just going through the classics here. But I'm doing good. Well, so Jackie, it's an interesting thing. I actually had a chat with the people at Bohemia, and the thing about DayZ was it was actually much more of a slow burn than you might think. Now, it was a slow burn up of activity, but the amount of people that jumped on it initially that were already owners of armor was very high. And this offset the number of people purchasing DayZ specifically to play, picking up armor specifically to play DayZ. And so, at least as it was explained to me, like, you know, over beers, is that behind the scenes, it was very difficult to point at DayZ having an active demonstrable effect. Especially considering that DayZ's rise to popularity also came around the time that that Armor had a sale. So, at the same time that this mod was exploding, the game was on sale. And sales are great, but they can biff your data. What they needed was a clean line of, this is our average sales of Armor 2 plus, was it like Operation Arrow Stab or Operation Gumpy McBigfield? I don't know. I bought it. But what we needed was a really clean line of data with a big old spike at the release of DayZ. But it wasn't. It was kind of a curve. But then the curve had a bit of a wibble to it because of the sale data. Now, we know that DayZ shifted a shit ton of copies of Armor 2. We know that. And that's what I mean by the shamanistic. The other problem being is that when you go too far into the data-driven, a lot of the times creative individuals will use data to justify their point, not the other way around. So rather than looking at user behavior and saying, all right, this is what people are doing, let's do this, they go, well, I think this is right, and the data says I'm right because of this. And as we well know, you can kind of make data say whatever you want to if you know what you're doing. If you've got enough of it. The old lies, and damn statistics. And in that situation where metrics are essentially being wielded like a mace, things can get real messy. Salem says it's called p-hacking and it's not actually data-driven. Huh. I hadn't heard that term before. Professor Farnsworth, what ho! Take my metric mace, hopper-cha! My axe of numbers. Oh, and sorry, Aiko, I think I read your comment, but I didn't mention it. Just that, yes, mods keep a community active, and an active community spends more money. That's just a truth. Now, again, this sounds very mercenary. Like, as a CM, I am all for active, happy communities, because that's where you have the parts of the parts of the game's ecosystem that I enjoy the most. And not every community is necessarily about turning a group of people into money, cash money, dollars, yo. It's just being able to make a case for why it's a good thing is often a good justification. It can be a very useful tool for telling business people that don't give a hot diddly fuck why they should care about certain aspects outside of the standard. Favor 6, how are you doing? Okay, so Sadlin shedding some more light on this one. P-hacking, the term comes from scientific applications, generally social sciences, and can also be called data dredging and significance chasing or selective inference, and specifically misusing data to prove a point. Okay. Alex, I'm just going to call Wizard Veto on that one. But also, Alex, how are you doing, friend? Oh, and Beadora, I apologize. I should have mentioned, it was mods as in, like, additions to video games. But it was more for the discussion of, like, data-driven decision-making versus... I mean, the TLDR, if you are making a video game, the more metrics that you can get reported back, anonymously, obviously, the better. Okay, sorry, Sadlin was just adding that for Sadlin, the bigger danger is using data to identify things that are engaging, but not actually making the game more fun. The more chilling data talk they've heard was from a free-to-play mobile developer who talked about how they use data to increase time in a game, time spent in a game, and money spent in spite of an increase in vocal complaints about the game also increasing. Ah, yes. I mean, this is where the balance of, like, while the metrics say, like, the income is going up, the amount of, like, user dissatisfaction is also increasing. And eventually that reaches a critical mass where your user base just leaves. Favor 6 now has an Alton Towers staff jacket, but have to give it back in about 5.5 months. I mean, if it goes missing, it goes missing. Like, if someone pinched it out your bag, you can't be held responsible for that. You just have to ask for another one that you then return.
Humble store purchase made for £2.74.
Who has required what for £2.47? Oh shit! I've got dates and stuff. Yeah, that's right. Calendar's out. Okay. Before we get back into like boring ass data versus the shaman stylistics, right? Now we have a few dates that I have sorted. Oh, all right. Lord Lost and Found got Worms Armageddon, baby. Right. So. Next Memnol, I have penned in for the 9th. Oh, excuse me, cheeky T-burps. The Worms Tournament. The Longship Worms Armageddon Open will possibly be on the 30th of October. I know that is a long, long way in the future and is Halloween Eve. However, Ben is going to be helping host. And it's going to be, at this point, unofficially, possibly officially sponsored. Oh, Sally O'Malley, what-ho? Hello, hello. Sorry, bear with me just a second. It will be either officially... Let me just grab my train of thought again. I do apologise. Let's drive that back around. Okay. Worms Tournament on the 30th. Currently unofficially sponsored by Jump Leads, Ben's next production. Possibly officially, as it should be wrapping production. And I have a pencil date for the ASMR Yorkshire Pirate stream, which will be the 13th of November. I wanted to make sure it was a Saturday so Shackle and Jarrellan and Peeps will be able to join. But yeah. True to the word, there will be a whole day where I have to do the Yorkshire voice, ASMR style, while doing pirate facts. I'm sorry. Alex says, what are skips? Skips are a prawn cocktail flavoured crisp from the UK. They're kind of like teeny tiny prawn crackers. But fluffier. The whole day. And somehow I've got to work out actually how to produce an ASMR stream. Yeah, and DX Man, you're not wrong. It's basically 3 meme layers deep. And that's okay. And that's okay. Okay. Right. Sorry, apologies for my multi-track drifty potato maneuvers there. Okie dokie Lokies. It's more Wraith like to do the ASMR stream in a manner that's not going to be horrible to listen to. It at very least requires like reconfiguring of the audio setup here or getting a different mic. So I might see if I can borrow one, or however in the bloody hell I'm going to rearrange that one. So it's going to be an interesting challenge. But I don't know, keeps me from getting bored. Keeps me from getting stupid. Yeah. I mean, Beodora, I ran my mouth. I made an offhand joke that I thought was impossible, and I was proven within the same day entirely wrong. But I am not going to welch on a dumb idea, so I guess that's our next thing. The only reason it's so far in the future is, I don't know, I've had like the lowest rumble of assault.
4 VR Emporium bundle was just
very
purchased
nice.
for $15.
Okay, whoever you lot are that are going on a little humble bundle spree today, thank you kindly. As I said, I know it's a pain having to use people's like partner links and stuff like that. It does add a level of complication, so I really do appreciate it. You know what, Red Scar Tiger, you're right. I am in the finding out phase. And much like the scientific method, it needs to be repeated to see if we get results. Beodora says, should we set a crab pirate hat? If you do, I will wear it. Yeah. This thing was like, so Catras, the Yorkshire voice isn't like a character. It's not like a performance, but there's certain... Oh, Durryquill. Thank you, Connie, for picking that up. You feckin' ledge. With the Yorkshire voice, it's got a cadence to it. There are almost performative parts of it that I learned. Kind of like the, I want that one. Stuff like that. And so carrying that thread through to its conclusion, when someone was like, how much to do an ASMR stream, I just picked a number out the feckin' air that I thought was dumb and ridiculous. I just want it known for the crowd. I thought that I was saying something that was impossible. That's meant to be the joke. Like, this thing that could never happen, I'm going to say that. And then it did. I mean, Robin, I should have picked a bigger number, but I didn't think I had to. Yeah, J-Post liked the 1,000 subs. When I made that joke, 1,000 subs was an impossible number. Like, and then we were having that weird day on Below, and I think we'd just gotten up to like 300-ish. God, that was a day we spent like 6 hours streaming, and we played the game for like 20 minutes. And Katros, I am very grateful for not sending shark slippers. For people that come to our house that haven't been here before, it does look like we have some kind of weird shark obsession. Like, it does require a lot of explanation. Oh, yeah, Capstep, so that one was at 400 subs, yeah. And Katros, you're right. There was a day where 2 gold bits got dropped at once, but that was, like, concise, targeted planning. Like, that wasn't just a casual, like, oh, here's 2 gold bits, go nuts. Like, that was planned. Imperio says, when are you going to be silly and make a promise for 2,000 subs? But 2,000 subs is ridiculous. Like, the fact that we're at 1,000 now is mind-blowing. DX Man says, wait till the co-stream with Guagura. Oh, I mean, they are huge. For as much as you want to stick me with the cute shark creature, they are a massive force of nature. God. Like, by my understanding, the that VTuber team is almost run like an idol group. Which, I'm not dissing that by any means. It's like, but their management company isn't going to stick them with some weird-ass British ginger hanging out the back of Seattle going, feckin' wee! So I'm safe there. Ikoa says maybe this was also planned. That is a good point. Like, I know the secret Discord exists, but I have never seen it. Well, there's some sinister timing. Fuck! Stooge! What, oh friend, how you doing? Coming in. Alright, so by this point, I hope you have all done so, but if you are not, please be following ET3 Stooge as well. Stooge, how was your show? How was your morning? How were your torpedoes apparently careening towards us? Sadlin's like, there is not now, nor has there ever been a secret Discord. Just because I ain't seen it doesn't mean it isn't real. Like the moon. Yeah, and Katros, yeah, you're right. The HoloLive talent do go through a fair bit of hassle, as they should. Like, they don't want every rando Calrissian showing up and basically, you know, trying to mess with them for fame. So yeah, I'm pretty safe. Oh, Neo Shadow, there is no Discord in Bar 6, eh? Robin's like, I hope you've seen the moon. I've seen a moon. But yeah, Stooge, Strags, how was your morning? What-ho and welcome. Coming in. We're about to jump into the magnificent Trufflepigs, which is an incredibly twee British Firewatch, where instead of being a person in a lookout, we're just a person with a metal detector. Squarepeg says, but the moon exists, unlike the secret Discord, which does not exist. Oh no, my fucking dyslexic ass read it fine. And Stooge was saying they're doing good. Danganronpa V3 has taken an extreme twist, at least for a Danganronpa game. I won't say anything more on it, but if you have the time and the inclination, someone said that Squid Game is the best live-action Danganronpa adaptation, and I've been pondering that, and I'm like, I can see it. If you get the chance to watch Squid Game on Netflix, I very recommend it. It is one of those shows that's best going into blind, and telling people the premise. A bunch of down-on-their-luck individuals play kids' games for extreme amounts of money. Seems like a really shite Black Mirror pitch, you know what I mean? But it is something that is far better than the sum of its parts. Oh, and to Unity Project, Watto, thank you kindly for the follow. Hey, Kika, how are you doing, friend? Watto! Oh, Strake says the morning has been dealing with a lot of technical fires. No! No! That doesn't seem good. That seems bad. DX-Man said their brain was so confused when they first heard of Squid Game, after often hearing that exact phrase in reference to Splatoon. Someone actually modified the Squid Game Wikipedia page for the TV show to say, for the other Squid Game, Splatoon, see here, and that makes me laugh. Oh, wait, cool. So, okay, sorry. Kika's got classes again tomorrow. You got this. But they finally have the multiplayer horror game. Which one? I did see that Phasmophobia has added a single-player offline mode, which I'm good. I'm good. That's bad enough with friends. Strake says, who knew spaces and URL calls could be so irritating? I'm going to agree with you, but honestly, you could have told me just about anything there and I would have believed. Oh man, having strange bagel donuts in a URL.
Why did the Viking cross the road? Because he needed to.
Favor6, thank you for the 200. And that gloriously terrible joke. Oh, wait, cool. So Kika had Phasmophobia, but now has Dead by Daylight. Feckin' yeah! Sage Bell, who's chilling and illing here, I think, plays an inordinate amount of Dead by Daylight, and is one of the people that I live vicariously through. Oh, and to Spooky Ghost, thank you for the 100. Oh, yeah. And, Kika, we're going to do, like, a Worms tournament next month. And I'm really looking forward to it. We're going to do a Worms Armageddon tournament. Ben Padden, or might know him by Port Center, is a huge Worms fan. So...
Oh hey. I may be flat broke and out of work, but apparently I still had some bits squirreled away.
Well, then DX man, thank you sincerely, alright? I'm sorry I can't help with more than just providing some company and some conversation, but that's $2 to keeping my dumbass alive, so I'm very grateful, friend. Oh, Sagebell says, Phasmo stream coming some week soon. Yeah. Park says, isn't Squid Games based on kaiji, like Animal World? It might be. I've not actually done any real research into it beyond just... basically, when I was finishing this big chunky lad, so after stream on Saturday, I kept working on this, and I got this big teal monstrosity done with his big Okay, alright, now we're doing this. Alright. None of this and chill. This shall be a chill-less train. Shush you. Not you, obviously. There we go. If we're doing this right. So, Spooky Ghost, thank you. DX, obviously. J-Post. Strags, you feckin' legend. Sage, feckin' go! That's 500 bits. That's quite a lot of bits. Thank you. Alright, I'll bring me Robot Son back. Shazoom! This one actually does transform if I can take the time to fold it all up. But it's when they say it transforms, they mean that it's a fiddly process of snapping things. Yo!
Our heroes have overcome the Ark
Megan, yo! Prof Farnsworth, Megan, thank you. Oh, I almost didn't say thank you to Vanderbeest. Filling the pint glass like a legend. Professor Farnsworth tagged 5 people. Of Demo Master Necro Francie? Iron Leonum. Oh, Geep's Variety Show, who brought a crowd in as we watched a god die the other night, and I feel guilty I didn't say thank you. And managed to tag Zelky. Nice lurk you had there, Zelky. Shame if something happened to it. And Quasi and Favor 6 you. Feckin' ledge. You feckin' legend. Feckin' yo! Okay, which levels have we beasted already? Like it's no big feckin' deal. Level 2, destroyed. I'm not sure what you mean by MSG.
Which Viking rides around on Halloween to scare people? The Headless Norseman.
Oh shit, that could be my Dead by Daylight name! The Headless Norseman. Favor 6, I am going to steal that unceremoniously, like British people have done for hundreds of years. Oh, Navalis? What ho, friend? Coming in, coming in.
Choo choo.
Down under door feckin' thank you. 245 to a train. Harper-cha. Oh. And Wolfcried, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, Mobile Suit Gundam. Okay. Sorry, I deal with so many acronyms all the time that most of them are lost on me at this point. Lost Flowers, thank you for the host, friend. It makes the numbers go up, which makes Mr. Twitch happy. But yeah, the early Mobile Suit Gundam stuff.
What do Vikings play when they're on a long journey?
I don't know.
Cards, because they always have a deck.
Sage. Sage Bell. Sage Mothra left-hand turn Bell. Do we need to talk about that joke? Sorry, what I was going to add was the movie cuts of the OG Gundam series are so good. And then you get to Char's counterattack, and you're just like, yeah, Alex, monosodium glutamate. That well-known substance. And Wolfcrat again, thank you for filling the pint glass. Feck. Combined train and feelings, I've lost all track of what we were nattering about. I made a Gundam, it will ride good!
How many Vikings did it take to screw in a light bulb?
I don't know.
None. They didn't have electricity back then.
This glare is for Sage Bell and Sage Bell alone. It's terrible and you know it.
Not So Good Spy just purchased Humble Comic Bundle, James Bond and Beyond by Dynamite for $18.
Well, to you, the not so good spy. I mean, cheers for using the partner link. As like I said, I know it's a pain in the tuchus to have to sort, but I do appreciate it. Even if your spy career could use a little bit of a tune-up. Oh, Beadora says I was discussing mods when they came in. God, we were. That feels like 1,000 years ago. How about them Vidya games, huh? Oh, wow! And 101 from a spooky anonymous ghost. Just to keep it just this side of chaos. Okie dokie Lokis. Fucking yo, Rikami, how are you doing, friend? What? Oh, and welcome! To those of you who have just joined us, hello, hello! We are going to be playing the most twee game I have seen in a long time.
Humble store purchase made for $8.99.
Yo! Okay, y'all are going on a Humble store spree at the moment. I am very, very grateful. Beodora is hoping that Not So Good a Spy can write off those James Bond books as a work deductible. As a tax deductible. You know, work improvement material.
I mean, the reason why the Viking had to spread out was because they were. Now that's a historical inaccuracy.
Ah! Stooge! Stooge, do not encourage this. Oh, shit! Stooge, thank you kindly. And thank you all for rocking a feckin' train this morning like there's no big deal. Dory Quills just said that Barotroma's on like the biggest sale it's been on. We need to get on this because even if we don't do a session of Barotroma... Yeah, shit, it's $8. Okay, even if you don't play this with the Longship, Barotroma is like Space Station 13 meets like high sci-fi submarine sim. It is a game that is simultaneously brilliant when it's working and even better when everything goes wrong. I can't recommend this game enough. It's brilliant. And at $8 down from 30, feck yes. Oh, Rikami, I have done that build and it is a lot of fun. Although it's a lot of tiny, tiny pieces. Sorry, Rikami was saying they just finished watching their friend build his first kit, which was the Granddaddy Mark III. Oh, the train is done. Alright. Let's get the smooth jams back. There we go. Rikami, I got to do that build last year, and I'm super proud of it to the point where it's actually sitting in the living room, where Fiona's got a space Lego set, and then we've got the Mac Daddy, the granddaddy, if you will, hanging out with them. What's super cool is you can get like a special LED unit that goes in their neck and that lights the eyes up, and it's a small touch, but it's feckin' cool. I love it. Yeah, Vanderbeest. Call goes for order. Call goes to order. The corgis will bring this to order. I haven't decided what I'm going to do next, and I might just put up like a... I think... Okay, you know what? I think I have to stop stalling and finish up the Verkar unicorn, because it's taking up so much space. So much space. Like, at the moment, it's just become like the tail end storage. And I've still got to repair the floating shelf and all. Yeah, Stooge, at some point I may have to bribe you with Guinness or otherwise, because the floating shelves just they seem to be ready to give up the ghost at a moment's notice. And while the Gundams are pretty sturdy, I can repair them. Having them eat shit during a stream scares the hot piss out of me. And I am determined to never be that person that weed themselves live on stream. That is a goal I strive to. I hope to have that on business cards in 5 years' time of being like, Will Overguard never pissed himself on stream. Theodora says, how much have you got to do for your no grey? Planned projects versus future stash. I mean, Theodora, the one good thing about doing kits, doing the Gundam kits over, like, you know, the minis or even like the crafting kits like you're doing is there's more of a clear line. There are X amount to do, but honestly, I haven't done a full head count again. It was like 27 to go. After, I mean, basically, I was on track until we did the charity event. Then I fell off the pace. Also, Theodora, nice. Oh, Favor 6. I would say that was a situation where I just felt like my internal organs were going to shut down. I didn't know it was such an impact in the fields. Sorry, here's me multi-track drifting. Wraith, I like that. That's something I want to be able to say. A lot of people are asking me a lot of questions already that are already answered on my business card. Never peed myself on Twitch. Yeah. Yo!
To prove I can make a better shooter than COD, I just purchased Humble Software Bundle, Unity FPS games and game dev assets for $25.
You absolutely feckin' can. But, I mean, obviously, I'm an arty-farty bastard, so I'd be the target audience. But Receiver 2, that's a cracking game. Whatever the last single-player COD experience was so bland, I can't remember which one it was. I can't remember if it's pre or post Kevin Spacey. That was how boring it was. I'll remember Receiver 2 for the rest of my days. Also, as a complete aside to an aside, because Vanderbeest was mentioning that they found an Oreo in their bag of Oreos. Supposedly, the Mew Oreos from the limited edition Pokemon Oreo run are selling for thousands of dollars online. At this point, I was pondering it. I was like, if I did get one of those, you know what? I just set it in resin, keep it forever. Like, that would be my power move. Varble says, wait. Oreos did a cross Pokemon, like, single Oreo production. You ate one of those packages. Was it one of the Mew ones? Because each of the Oreo designs is different alongside the packaging. Stooches don't resin food. It doesn't work well. I mean, that's an art exhibition in itself. Sage Bell says by the time you sell it, it'll be crumbled. Yeah. Berrios has been like, I thought you were really onto that yearly cod grind, my fellow. Gotta split them cheeks and, I don't know, guzzle, brew? I can't even. I'd snort G Fuel off your feckin' table. Varbles is like, I don't know. I saw Pokemon Oreos. I ate Pokemon Oreos. That could have been $1,000 Oreo that you consumed. Now, I'm not saying that we should all be in the pursuit of money as our primary goal. But Varbles, you can say to someone at a party, yeah, I once ate $1,000 Oreo. I mean, that's a great conversation starter. And the thing is, it's not even like so someone will be like, oh, so maybe this is someone doing like a flex on me, like I have so much money, I can eat gold leaf Oreos. Be like, nah, I saw a Pokemon Oreo, I ate a Pokemon Oreo, it tasted like an Oreo. Turns out it was worth $1,000. Beadora says, what's the point of an FPS if you can't shoot Hitler? I mean, it's an excellent question, but you need to offer me something special with my Hitler yotage. Right now, I have three games? Yes, because it was in 2. I have 3 games in my library that will not only let me murder Adolf Hitler, but let me specifically murder him in the testicles with a high-powered rifle. Like, as Shania Twain says, that don't impress me much if it's just, if it's just murdering Hitler. You gotta give me more. Oh, actually, as Wraith said, being able to shoot Thatcher. For those of you who are waiting for Thatcher's Doom Bunker. Is it Thatcher's Doom Bunker? Thatcher's Hell Bunker? Okay, Hellblazer Thatcher. I'm not searching that. Google, you are not helping me out here. God. Okay. Friends, there is a mod for Doom 2, which I believe is a standalone title, where you basically hunt down Mecha Demon Margaret Thatcher. I'm trying to search for the name of it here, but it turns out that Thatcher's Hell Bunker is a real location in England. That's not a joke. There is a Vice article about this. This is a real thing. Also, every other search result for Margaret Thatcher is horrible things she said about people. Just a reminder, Margaret Thatcher, very bad. Okay, Mr. Squarepeg says it's called Thatcher's Tech Base. Okay, because I want to get Thatcher's Tech Base. There we go. But no, it turns out that Thatcher's Hell Bunker is actually a real location in England. I just found this out, and now you have to know as well. Oh, Squarepeg, you beat me to it. The trailer for it is brilliant. Yeah, you were quicker on the draw. No, but seriously, friends, Barotrauma for $8 is a feckin' steal. Trust me, you are going to want to pick that up. It's definitely a one to play with friends. Like, consider it a party game, and if your friendos get really into it, then you can play it proper and do the missions. And Star! What ho, friend? How are you doing? I was just raving about Barotrauma, because it is currently on super duper whooper sale on Humble. Also, I just found out that Margaret Thatcher actually did have a secret hell bunker. I'm not quite sure how to process that. I shouldn't be surprised. Because I was searching for the Doom mod, Thatcher's Tech Base, and I couldn't remember the name, and thank you, Squarepeg, for reminding me. And so I just searched for Thatcher's Hell Base, hoping that it would auto-correct to the right thing. No, turns out it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Sadlin, why would you shut? Okay, Varbles, I'm so sorry. Don't look at what Sadlin posted unless you want to feel some stuff. Sorry. Star's doing okay. Trying to get into some serious game screen wireframing design. Wunderbar. We're currently flipping our lids because I made a joke about the Pokemon Oreos and how the Mew one is supposed to be selling for over $1,000. Turns out I was wrong by a decimal fucking place. Forgive my swears. Yeah. Varbles in chat may have eaten a Mew Pokemon Oreo, which, according to eBay, as of 7 days ago, the most expensive one that sold, not that was listed, that sold in a 37-person bidding war, sold for $15,000. I need to tweet that. I need to tweet that. Who wakes up in the morning and is like, you know what I really want? I really want a $15,000 Oreo. Yeah, no, Navalis, that's not 1,500. That is 15,100 USD. It's Post Malone. Okay, I can see that. I mean, okay, Salem, you're right. It could be suspect. It could be money laundering. It could be an auction house scam. But on a fucking cookie? Like, that is an Oreo. You can buy them down the road. Like, Vanity's like, is it filled with squished Wooloo? Like, what the fuck? Does it contain an actual Mew? Yeah, Lizzie's like, yep. It's $15,000, but no free shipping. You still gotta pay that extra $10. God. There's a part of me that wants to see the flex of just dunking that into some milk and seeing it disintegrate. Stars saying, real talk, they've had the mashup of Post Malone's Celebration with Earth, Wind and Fire's September song stuck in their head all damn day. Yo, if you want to post that in the Videodrome on Discord, you can help. Include the let's say include. You can help spread the infection. There we go. Alice would also like to point out, don't squish a Wooloo. They don't appreciate it. They will electrocute the shit out of you. Ko is like, don't hurt my squishy Wooloo friend. Honestly, Aiko, I feel like if you tried to squish a Wooloo, it would make like a little, like, cute squeaky toy noise and then electrocute the shit out of someone. $56 to ship. Well, actually, Varbles, that's the one I feel like would be more fair. If you're going to spend that much money on a cookie, you want like a special hermetically sealed box with bubble. You don't want that thing getting shaken around by a bloody postman. Do 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 do. Here's your $15,000 biscuit. Bam! Enjoy. Okay, Wolfcrad, did it? If it hasn't sold, I don't think it counts, because there are people that will put stuff up for, like, the big money. But that's a sold. That is sold. Oh... All right, Star. Thank you. You've helped spread that. I'll give that a trundle. Who wants to go for a walk around the English countryside? I feel like I bloody need it after that. I just posted the $15,000 Oreo online. The first response was, "Is this an NFT?" By the way, NFT does stand for no fucking thank you, just in case anyone was wondering. I mean, Star, I can't help take that song out of your head, but I can ease the burden by suffering alongside. Plus, I've had the weird puppet dancing song stuck in my head all day. So it's nice to offset it. Beadora, you know what? Take that double-barrel shotgun. Go do what the north of England wish they could have done for many, many years. And take siege of Thatcher's Hell Base. Sorry, Tech Base. Because the Hell Base is... I'm gonna have to... Why does it not surprise me that Thatcher had an actual Hell Base? Okay. So, let us get the magnificent Trufflepigs going. And we can go for a nice little stroll around the countryside. Favour 6 says, whoa, if Scotland leaves the UK, I need to take the North and the Midlands with it. God. You know what? That's a whole kettle of monkeys that we could jump into another time. Beadora says her blood is boiling. Oreos aren't even that great among cookies. I mean, they're tasty. Like Kit Kats, but... I mean, the thing with the Pokemon ones is... Oh. Sorry, game's talking at me. They were limited edition, and you had to... I think you had to pre-order them to get them delivered. Oh, there we go. And the Mew was kind of like the rarest one of the gacha collection. But I also think Salem might be onto something, that there may be a pump and dump kind of scheme to create essentially artificial... To create an artificial scarcity or a want amongst the wealthy as a flex moment. Varbles, you could pre-order them from the Pokemon X Oreo website. I considered it, but they were quite expensive for what they were, and I thought like they'd just get beaten to shite by the time they got here, so I was like, meh. The thing about like a pump and dump scheme with Oreos is actually kind of perfect because they're a consumable. So they only ever decrease in value once they've been opened. So you pump the want and the scarcity and then go, oh, well, I guess now they go stale and rot. And yes, dudes, the Longship does not pre-order. Oh, okay, Aperios is down to fight, saying Oreos are the apex of cookies and biscuits. All right. Friendos, we are about to jump into the magnificent Trufflepigs. If you didn't get my pitch earlier, this is incredibly English Firewatch. As you can see, it's doing this absolute, like, archetype of... I can't tell if this is meant to be, like, you know, near the South Downs or kind of the more rural areas of the Midlands. This is the quintessential archetype. And it has Firewatch's storytelling mechanics. Obviously, this is a gross... not gross. This is a super duper idealized version. And I completely understand that. The UK is by no means this perfect and pretty all day, every day. But, I don't know. I felt today wasn't a bad day to indulge just a nice, lovely video game. Oh, this is we do not pre-order unless it's for Gandems. Okay, pre-ordering physical things isn't something I'm against, especially like made-to-order or stuff like that. When I say don't pre-order video games, it's because it doesn't help. Buying a game on day one helps devs a whole bunch. Buying a game pre-ordered 2 weeks before means that their marketing department gets a little pat on the back, like, oh, well done. Good way to pump those numbers and get people to spend money on a thing they can't use for 2 weeks and won't know if it's good or not until then. Also, the return rate on pre-orders is also vastly, vastly tiny, so it's rare to see people send that money back, even if they either don't play the game or don't like the game. And MDH would like to strangle their new wireless keyboard. But how do you strangle it if there's no wires to strangle? It's gotten you at the first post. Kadarian says they kind of object to not queuing. We're from Sweden. Queuing's like 40% of what we usually do. Honestly, the House Longship we do not queue was just a joke from, what was it, TwitchCon 2018? Was it 2018? Yeah. Where me and Caffeine decided that we weren't going to queue. And so we just went around the convention center getting into trouble. And like we hung out with some of the people from EVE and we got some beers in and stuff like that. It was a good day. And Catastros, like I can understand where you're coming from. I ain't dissing. It's just more a case of like, if your goal is to play the game and support the developer, buy it on day one. Mainly because not only will that, if it's a big studio, it'll help with those day one sales, which is an indication of success of the title. And if it's an indie team, it'll help bump them up the rankings and things like Steam and stuff like that. All right. Enough natter. Let's go be British! And not think about a $15,000 Oreo. That Varbles might have just snacked down 5 figures.
Next week. That's all I've got. Then the farm vanishes, and so does that earring. Really? Well, if you can't manage the whole week, maybe just a day or two. No, it has to be now. They start tearing the farm apart next week. I'm sure. I'm sat right outside it now. I can see the sign. No, I already tried Claire. She's away partying at a festival. Jen's in Hong Kong on business. No, you weren't the last. I just thought, you know, with the kids and everything. Of course not. Look, oh, I'm sorry, Sally. Forget I asked. Jake's gone away.
And Kurtip, how are you doing, friend?
I just thought we could get the old gang back together. You know, for a bit of fun. Like the old days. Oi, detecting is fun. Look, don't worry about it. I've actually been thinking of asking Adam if he'd help. Yes, that Adam. Don't say it like that. You lot just never understood him. And, well, he's never let me down. Jake isn't here, is he? Besides, Adam's a friend. Nothing else. And despite what you all think, he is good for me.
Okay, why do they hate Adam?
I don't need to ask anyone else for help. Trust me. I need Adam.
Alright.
I shouldn't have called. Not at this hour. Ignore me. Speak soon, yeah?
Yeah, joke's on you. Adam's the pig. Let's do it, pig. Oh, actually, so Bacon Avenger, you see the mountain range that
Hey,
frames this?
It's me. Oh, look, I know it's been years.
On the other side of that is Blackpool and the dark robot
situation.
apocalypse.
I don't think I can handle it. Not on my own.
Not a lot of people know that.
Unfinished business at the farm. We need to finish it. Now.
The high altitude, like, affects the robot circuits. Wolfgrad's like, we need Adam. Makes me think of Bioshock. I just need more Adam. Now I can shoot bees from my hands. Yeah, bus driver, today you learn. Oh.
Okay. Adam, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Where are you?
Don't worry, I'm close by.
God, you weren't kidding about getting an early start. I was hoping we might have a lazy start to the week.
You and me both, buddy.
Grab
you and me
breakfast, mooch around, get reacquainted. But no.
There'll be plenty of time to do that while we detect. Good to know these things are still working.
They are, which is a surprise considering how cheap and nasty they look.
Oi! These were the coolest toys money could buy in 2005.
Oh, God. She's a
Haven't we
young'un.
grown out of toys.
Oh, chill out. They'll do the job. Claire and I once chatted all the way across the valley with him.
Oh, so I can pause it. Bus driver was asking, speaking of Trufflepigs, you see the new Nicolas Cage movie, Pig? No. But I also still haven't seen The Colour of Space, so I'm behind. I did see the Nick Cage Five Nights at Freddy's movie, which, I mean, at this point, that franchise can just go do one. I'm sorry. Oh, Sage Bell's asking, the Nick Cage movie is out? Like, a bus driver Curtip, it's out, right? And Wolfcrad, you say shooting bees from our hands would be super useful in English countryside. It would be. If you've seen Black Mirror, bee hands is very effective.
Grab the shovel and the trowel, then head out to the fields. Hurry up, you're missing a beautiful day.
Oh, so Park Programs are saying the faux Five Nights at Freddy's movie with Nick Cage was very good. He does that whole movie without a single line. It's brilliant. And Bus Driver says, yeah, Pig is out. It's very good. It's been out for a few months now. What is that out on? Aperios is saying Mandy is the current best Nick Cage movie. One of the top film thrills altogether. Feckin' yo. Alright. Detecting a shovel. Oh, that's one of them fancy shovels. Look, it's got the tilted handle and everything. Alright. It is a beautiful day in the English countryside. And we... Oh, we're going to get the trowel and all. Hold me closer, tiny shovel. Doo-doo, doo-doo. No. Oh, okay. So, sorry, it isn't the official Five Nights at Freddy movie, which is in pre-production or production at the moment. But it's the same premise. Nicolas Cage plays a wanderer whose car gets wrecked. So, in exchange for his car getting repaired, he is asked to clean up a knockoff Chuck E. Cheese type animatronic kids center. So he does just that. Shocking and surprising no one. The animatronics come to life and start murdering people when a group of pretending to be teens break in to try and destroy the animatronics. It's Five Nights at Freddy's in all but name. Stooge says they personally prefer The Sorcerer's Apprentice as a Nick Cage movie. Why you gotta hurt us like this? Oh, Sage Bell just adding, speaking of actors who had a great part because they never spoke, Ruby Rose and John Wick. Yes. Feckin' yes. I will also add Drive Angry to the list of Nick Cageisms. Oh. Oh, look at this. This kind of a little bit reminds me of Beyond Eyes. Oh.
Isn't it amazing up here?
It's incredible.
These views are incredible.
I'm so glad you're here, Adam. Still can't quite believe it. A whole week with no distractions. Your detector's over by the gatepost. Right by the fields, you'll be scouring first.
Alright. Collector the Detector. God. This is just every archetype of, like, British countryside, complete with the feckin' balloons. Like, the balloons, the feckin'... Well, I guess this has got to be north of the Downs, because those are stone fences, not flint. Because I'm on the other side... I grew up on the other side of the Downs, like... Oh, look! It's a tiny map of where I was born! Well, where I grew up. I was born in Monterey, but that's not the story. And there's a lot of flint down there, so the walls tend to have more of like a sharp, jagged style. Bus driver's like, all we're missing is the Neighborhood Watch Society cult, directed by Edgar Wright. They're down the road. We're probably going to go find them. It's like, it used to blow my tiny mind that, like, you just see hot air balloons going overhead sometimes. Occasionally they'd be close enough that you could yell obscenities at them. Oh, wow. Sorry, as a completely random aside, someone paid to buy the Drive Angry car. Sorry, someone bought the Drive Angry car, well, the car from movie Drive Angry, and paid to have the damages undone. Nice. Alright, and now we've got a metal detector.
Just switch it on and walk around. As soon as you get close to anything metal, it'll beep like crazy and light up.
Alright. Tell me more.
And then what?
That's it. Just turn it on and everything will make sense.
You make it sound idiot-proof.
Guess we'll soon find out.
Touché. Oh, we're gonna have fun this week.
Now, serious for a second. I usually work in straight lines, rather than randomly walking around. It's easier that way.
Okay.
You're the boss.
For once, I'm not the boss. Now, let's see what you can find.
Unholy cannoli. Okay, use the detector. B to turn it on and off. Cool. Drive Angry is a fascinating movie. It's a Nick Cage vehicle. No pun intended, but pun definitely appreciated. But what's fascinating about it, it is mechanically the same as Ghost Rider. Oh.
Make something idiot-proof and the universe will provide a better idiot.
That, friends, is someone who has worked in IT and or customer service. Say honourable, how are you doing this morning? What-ho? Yeah, Unholy Cannoli, it's a movie. So, Nicolas Cage plays a guy who returns from hell with a magic weapon to save his daughter. Which, yes, is the same premise as the Ghost Rider movie. The difference being, Drive Angry is a glorious cacophony of, like, Nick Cage specialties. Alright. So let's do a trundle. I'll trundle over to the fence. Oh, Bacon was like, yes to both. Favorsick says their favourite Nick Cage movie has to be Face Off. Nick Cage doing John Travolta impression and vice versa. Oh, yeah. Castor Troy. And then, I think... Okay, joking aside, like, Face Off is a stupid premise with some ridiculous stuff in it. But there is a moment where Nick Cage, playing John Travolta, pretending to be Nick Cage, starts having a breakdown about his personality and whether he is or is not Castor Troy. And it's genuinely good. Unholy Cannoli says they know what they need to watch tonight. Their accounting and marketing classes are driving up the wall. Oh, I'm sorry you're having a hard time with it, friend. Oh, Say Audible says they most like the Ghost Rider movie for Spider-Bait's cover of Ghost Riders. Back when I was hella into comics, the new run of Ghost Rider comics was so good. And honestly, like, I'd love to see that get an adaptation. I've been told that Ghost Rider pops up in some of the other, like, some of the other shows, like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., maybe? So, here's hoping. Alright, you found something, so you need to dig it up. Dig with a shovel. Dig with a trowel. It's a... Is that a... It is a regular coin. Oh, that's kind of cool. My first find and it's money! Please send photo. Yeah, as Sagebell is correct, that it is not a truffle.
Hey, a penny's a great first find. But we'll find something way more impressive before this week's out.
You sure about that? You scoured this place as a kid. Not much has happened here since. We could go anywhere, but you insist on staying here and standing. I don't get it.
Come on, you know why. That earring? The best thing I ever found. The other one is definitely here, and I want to find it.
That earring? You can't be sure the other one's here.
It is. Always has been. Don't care what anyone else says. Last time, it wasn't just a lucky find, you know.
You're not going to drop it, are you? This obsession of yours.
That earring changed my life. Okay, I was only a kid, but it changed everything. Still makes me smile thinking about it. The money seemed like a lottery win back then. And being in the papers, being the centre of attention, it was nice.
We could have done this years ago. Why now?
I asked Farmer Hobbs so many times, but he always said no. Maybe he thought he could find the other earring for himself.
He didn't.
But not this time.
Well, he couldn't really, could he? Not now that he's dead.
That does put a crimp in it.
When you were starting to think the day would...
Okay, but the idea of a lich going around with a metal detector being like, "Nee, nee, nee, I found something! A fucking can! Again! What the shit? Who keeps burying these? Beastman! What the fuck?" Throws it at him. Sorry, let me continue.
Never come. He goes and dies. Surprised you didn't help him on his way.
Oi! No! It wasn't like that. He passed away. His hair's sewed up. And next week, they start installing a solar farm.
Okay.
This is it. The last chance.
Oh, way cool. Just sorry mentioning that there's a patch in Mid Wales called the Green Desert where there's no mobile signal. Interesting.
For more fame and fortune.
It's the last chance to find that earring. I don't care about the money or being in the news again. No, I just want to... Oh, it felt so good last time. I don't...
Sorry, yeah, Caffeine, that picture of Skeletor, but he's got a metal detector. Unholy Cannoli, Beth was saying that the reason why we're doing this now in-game is because the person that used to own the farm has passed away. And he thought he'd find it, but now that he's dead, that's going to put a crimp in him finding this stuff. And I'm like, I mean, don't let death stop you. And then immediately thought of Skeletor with a metal detector. I'm curious as to where this game's going.
I don't think I've ever been as happy. But we should crack on, just in case the builders arrive early and turf us off.
You mean
Alright.
I'm not supposed to be here?
No, relax, Adam. I bet no one even notices you.
We're getting set up here. Alright, collect your detector. Collector, your detector. Oh. Oh, I've drawn a map for each field. I like to mark locations when I found something. It's handy if you put your detector down, wander off, and forget where it is. Oh, press Y to toggle the map. Lovely! Okay, so that gives us kind of like a nice way to Pac-Man our way through this. Oh, Caffeine says, plot twist, this is the return to Castle Wolfenstein. Oh, also, friends, we have a date for the return of Calcium Bonio. October 16th. We're going to do... What was that? October 16th, we're going to be doing the Return to Divinity 2 Original Sin. Oh. Woohoo! Oh, feckin' hell. I know what that noise is. At first I was like, is that a fecking bear? Oh, cool. Alright, we're on to a feckin' winner today, friends. I do hope it keeps these pictures. So it is a compass without a needle, but it looks cool. It's a sign. We're never going to find our way out of this, are we? Ah, we'll be fine. That noise... Where was it? Oh, they've gone past us already. That was a hot air balloon. Which is a very strange thing to get used to. God, those feckin' pallets. Say Audible says they're disappointed in not being the same can 16 times. I think that's... Okay, none the heck. Bingo! It was just being grumbly. Unholy Cannoli says we just need to wait to see this game goes into a more action style and we start doing real life Minesweeper. No, let's not let's not do caffeine damage. Oh look, it's an I love you locket! I got it from Claire's Accessories! Yeah, say honourable, just like until
Looks like half a sweetheart locket.
Not precious.
Nah, sorry. Just some cheap metal. And it's broken. Literally a broken heart.
Speaking of broken hearts...
Adam, don't make it weird. Speaking of broken hearts, where's Jake?
Seems odd that Jake isn't here. You were inseparable once.
We're engaged. I'm joined at the hip.
Still.
He's gone away with his annoying rugby friends for a few days. That's all. I'll be back soon.
Maybe you should text him. Let him know he's missing out on all this fun, right?
Maybe. And he is missing out. He's got no idea how much he's going to miss out on.
Oh yeah, sorry, Star. Claire's Accessories. It's like a British... I don't know. How do you describe Claire's? It's like... I don't know. It's a place where young lasses get their ears pierced and buy very, very cheap jewellery. I don't know. Yeah, Dustin, engaged. Seeing stag weekend shenanigans. Yup. He is currently getting handcuffed to a lamppost in Amsterdam with no pants. Plutonium says, wait. Sends text on a cell phone, yet is close enough for a walkie-talkie. I don't know. It feels like Beth's getting us to use the walkie-talkie as, I don't know, like a response to something. Alright, so we did up that way. And Beodora sports jocks can be exceedingly annoying. Plutonium's like, do Claire's even exist anymore? Do moles even exist? What is the outside? Castro says nostalgia, a desperate need to return to the good old days. That does seem to be a large proportion of like Beth's motive. Oh. of Beth's motivation. As to the reasons to why it's so important right now, I think we'll discover that as we're going through. Ah. Damn it, friends. I think we're screwed. What's that outside? What is daylight? Where is Soho? An educated person would know that Frankenstein didn't have bolts in his neck. We just got hustled there. Anyway, it's fine. Find some random nuts in a field. Wow, Adam, be more educated. Like, thanks for helping out with, oh.
Hey, I forgot to ask. Is your detector working okay?
Yeah.
I think so. Why?
Oh, it's my old one. The battery can be a bit temperamental.
Your old one? You mean I've got your cast off?
Yeah, afraid so.
I'll still find more than you.
Well, it doesn't matter. I am still going to find more than you.
You seem to forget I'm a pro.
I'll bring it, Beth.
You might have a flashy detector, but I have got a lucky one. You found the earring with this one, right?
I did. But that wasn't anything to do with the detector, just me and my hard work.
Psh, whatever, magic detector.
Whoever finds the most this week wins.
I like your ambition. Maybe we'll make a truffle pig of you yet.
What? A truffle pig?
Oh, blame Dad. He started calling me a truffle pig because I could sniff treasure through all the mud. Oh, I loved that nickname. It became our gang name too. Me, Claire, Sally, Jen. We were the Trufflepigs. Our detectors too. That's Truffle Pig 1 you're holding.
Oh shit! This is
You
royalty.
named your metal detector Truffle Pig. Oh, no, hold on. I'm beeping.
What? Did you find something else?
Ah, this false alarm. It was my crazy person detector going off because it overheard you calling your detector Truffle Pig.
Ah, funny. Anyway, you already knew I was crazy. I think that's why you agreed to come here.
Lured to an isolated farm by a crazy woman.
And only one of them will leave. I'm sure one of the Truffle Pig t-shirts Dad had made for us is still in my attic. I should dig it out.
I hope you're not expecting me to be seen in one of those.
No, I think you're safe on that count.
Okay, I don't know how this is translating to those of you internationally, but this couldn't be more, I don't want to say British, but it has that kind of, in fact, it has that kind of vibe about it. So yeah, we're the Truffle Pig. Oh, Plutonium Shaw was asking, what's so important about the earring? Hang on.
Want a break for lunch? Your detector must almost be out of juice. We can recharge it.
Not yet.
Let's carry on for a little while.
Okay. Let's see how long that thing lasts.
Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, okay, so Plutonium Shaw, we're not entirely sure what's so special about this earring specifically. It seems to be that when Beth found it as a kid, like, it was a big find. Like, she was in the papers, she got a photo taken, and it seems like she sold the earring for maybe not a lot of money, but a lot of money for a kid. And it's... As for why she's so desperate to find the other one, why she's striving so hard for this one, we're still not entirely sure. Ozzy says, I love that they're teasing each other and neither is getting mad. Ah. Oh. Good old British sarcasm. That's how you know you really get on with someone, is that level of piss-takery. Sailorable says that one has 42 scratched into it. Oh, it's a hammer. If we find some nails, we can bend some old dodgy fences. Alright. There are definitely some curious things to this, like just the rhythm of detect. Alright, battery is running low.
Okay, looks like my battery finally died.
Right, let's break for lunch. See you at the car. Last one back smells.
Shenanigans! I was not aware of the rules of the game! I do not smell!
This car is going to be so muddy by the end of the week. And try not to get crumbs everywhere.
Wow, you really love your car, don't you?
Uh-huh. So, how was your first morning of...
Leg gasp. Sagebell says men are all stinky. Leg gasp! Sailable's like, I smell. Smell nice. Ah, shit. Sailable, you took it. You took it and you turned it back around on me. Okay, so, joking aside, so Beadora is saying there might be nostalgia induced with the upcoming break, with the not to be mentioned here BF. Well, there's two ways it can kind of go. I think it's setting up with a partner is either she's not sure or it's going poorly and he's not on a stag do, he's off with the mates whilst they decide how to fucking break it. Or there's something more here. At the moment, it does seem to be like a little like nostalgia trip for an individual. I mean, I can't say I haven't thought about like, you know, going back to the place where I grew up and just like having a look around. I think we've all had that kind of thought. It's just there's a bloody great big ocean between me and there. But I'm curious to see where this is going. It's very, very like smooth and cheerful, and they've definitely got the kind of like the English banter down pat. Although no one's dropped F-bombs or C-bombs yet. So I feel the language has been slightly sanitized. Okay, so Sailorable says she needs the earrings to summon Cthulhu, and what... I see what you did there. What you did there, I saw it. It is not a cult.
Detecting.
Yeah, that was fucking brilliant.
It's fun, and I'm loving being outside.
I remember outside.
Thanks for inviting me.
No worries. The golden treasure we'll find will be a nice bonus.
Are we gonna pretend nothing's happened?
What?
It's been so long, and you're just pretending we've never been apart, that nothing's wrong.
Okay. Well, how's life been since we last saw one another?
I now control
Shouldn't
one
I be
of 4
asking you
giant
questions,
robots.
Like, why am I even here?
Oh, and
How come
spooky
you're not at
ghosts.
work?
Thank you.
Your job always seemed to come before everything else. You were obsessed with it.
I am, but
But
I've been working like crazy lately. I thought I'd see how Mudalot survives without me.
if you insist,
Mudalot.
Mudalot. Such a silly name.
I'm with you, mate.
Mum asked me what I liked, and I said, I like mud. A lot. Oh, I wish she was still here to see what she created. Her little outdoor equipment company. It's an empire now. We're the biggest employer in the valley, you know. Stanning would die on its arse without mud a lot.
And the
And
Valley.
when Dad retires, it's going to become your empire?
Yup. Well, Dad'll probably put me in charge. I mean, I'm the eldest. Arguably the smartest.
The most modest Mudalot sister.
Absolutely.
Definitely the best at tree climbing.
You remembered. But yes, all of those things. Perfect CEO material. It must be mine, right?
Sure.
And you're sure about that?
As good as. I know Dad's been impressed, always saying how proud he is. So yeah, I'm sure that's been his plan.
But you've never discussed it. What if you're wrong?
I've been there longer than Lucy. It wouldn't make sense not to.
And your dad agrees?
Okay, Dad hasn't said out loud, but it's always been the plan that I take over.
You know, I thought we had plans once. We were a team. Till you ditched me. Forgot all about me.
Oh, don't be sore, Adam.
That's not fair, Adam. Or true. I never forgot about you. I never wanted you to go. I had to.
Well, I'm here now. But you still haven't said why. Are we ever going to discuss it? Why I'm really here?
Oh, hang on, sorry. So Say Honourable was trying to work out who Adam is. They gave it a Google, and Adam is voiced by the guy who played Rory in Doctor Who. I mean, in the UK, eventually everyone is going to be in Doctor Who or a doctor at some point. That's just part of the British Isles. Aperios, I have seen wind turbines up close, and you are correct. They are fucking massive. Sage Belt, it is not a cult, but thank you for the single bit. I am grateful for the penny. I don't have to agree.
We're here to find that earring. Not sit here eating sandwiches and Jaffa cakes all day.
Ah, fucking Jaffa
You
cakes.
should be fully charged again now.
It's alright.
Come on.
If we need
let's
to
do
get
it.
proper British, I got Jammy Dodgers right here. Might crack those open in a bit. Alright. Also, alongside... You know what? You know what? Hold that thought, friends. Hold that thought. I'll be back in a second. Just hold that thought. So I was thinking, like, what do we need to go with this? And I realised what I still had in the fridge. A gift from 1,000 years past. Hang on, let me go to main screen. Alright, if we're going to fully British this up, which apparently we are, I have Jammy Dodgers and a feckin' can of the Iron Brew. That's how we're going today, friends. That's how we're going. This is our little metal detecting snack picnic. I would make a little sarnie to go with it, but I actually was up at a sensible hour because I had to tackle the DMV today. So, I'm fine for food. Yeah! Bus driver, claws up. Oh, feckin' yo!
Fully British bits too.
Bus driver, you... Sorry, bus driver. Bus driver, thank you. Mr. Dr. Professor Farnsworth, I can thank you for 1,000 bits. Right, you're just indulging me on some very, very twee-tier Britishisms today. Yeah, little taste of the homeland. Ah, smells like girders. Cheers all, friends. Cheers all. Oh. All right, let's get to it. Okay, I wouldn't go so far as to say British pride, but flying pride flags in Britain. Ooh. Woohoo! I said, you know what, Star? I apologize. I didn't get the pun initially until after. That was me being a stupid. Also, beep beep, Mother Hubbards. Even know what this is? Can't some toy cars fetch a decent price?
Nice find. Sadly, they're only valuable if they're pristine and boxed. A fancier model of car would help too. But you're definitely getting the hang of this.
Speaking of fancy cars, I noticed yours is a bit flash.
It's totally you.
Which is totally you.
What do you mean?
You never drive further than Mud-a-Lot. It takes 2 minutes, but you just had to have the flashiest car in the village.
Hey, I work like crazy. I'm allowed to treat myself. I worked hard for that car.
Treat yourself is a box that you only use to drag yourself from home to work.
One day I will go on a road trip. You can come too. But I might make you catch the bus for being mean.
Fine by me. Anyway, I like buses. Being with other people, watching the world go by.
Oh, there's a man who's never taken a megabus.
What other weirdo you always get on buses? Chatting away to themselves? Oh, wait! You are the weirdo!
Oh, you think I'm the weirdo?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Actually, bear with me 2 more seconds. I snacked on something very quickly before we get into the jammy dodgers, and now I've got a bloody craving. Oh. Alright, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Ooh. Sorry about that. Ozzy says they love this man. He's very, like, small town, village English, but in a good way. Like I said, the proportion of this game, both, like, stylistically and artistically, is this idyllic British village life, which it doesn't really exist. But this whole game seems about, at least so far, returning to kind of like childhood pastimes. It's a nostalgia incarnate. And so this isn't the reality of British village living. This is the ideal, like, seen through that nostalgia lens, you know what I mean? Oh, collect your detector. Collector the detector. Aww. Ozzy, that's lovely of you to say. Back at you. Sailorable says, so this is Nostalgia Goggles, Brit. Essentially, yeah. Oh, I got a wee hit there. Harper. Cha. There we go. 2 for 2. Oh, shit! Are you just going to walk on past? You're going to walk on past this badge without saying? Yeehaw. Whoever it was that put that crab in chat, I'd like to give them something to aim for. Brainwashes them into judging people by the job they do. It's a toy. It's harmless. Feckin' Adam's not pulling any punches today. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I believe it was bus driver Curtip's crabs that were posted first. But Sagebell, I'm also happy to deputize your crabs as well. The true crab living. Also, again on the nostalgia mode, that fence is metal as and will cause a metal detector to go absolutely ballistic. Alright, we'll go around this way. Sagebell's like, bet it's under the rock. That would be our bloody luck, wouldn't it? The end of this game is us feckin' hijacking like a feckin' lorry or some fancy equipment. Oh, Katros, have a lovely rest of your day, friend. I hope you have some decent sleeps. Cheers you with an iron brew. Ah. And thus starts my life of crime. You're not supposed to advertise the life of crime. Ooh. Thought we went past that. Oh no! Sorry, just Lord Lost Fang. And my chair broke. Cool. It's just something for pitching a tent. Like a tent peg or...
Yeah, looks like it.
It's years since I've been camping. But you, at one point, it seemed like you lived in a tent.
I pretty much did when I was a kid. I'm just so busy now. Can't remember the last time. But I should. Just jump in the car and find somewhere nice to pitch up.
With Jake? It'd be cozy, just the two of you. Far away from work and the stress.
I guess I've just got into the habit of working, like, all the time. Weekends are, well, they're not really weekends. But it's all part of growing up. Being an adult, I guess.
Says who? The Beth I used to know would take being in a field over being sat at a desk any day.
Yeah? That Beth used to like banana sandwiches. The smell of bonfires on her clothes. Face it, we've moved on.
Okay, Sagebow and Sailorable seem to be... Oh, did you hear about the wind turbines? Oh.
What about the wind turbines?
So, 2 giant wind turbines have just been erected.
Where are you going with this?
Well, if you give me a minute. 2 wind turbines have just been installed. The first one thinks, oh, we're going to be neighbours for years, I should break the ice. So, it turns to the other one and says, hey, what kind of music are you into? And the second wind turbine says, I'm a huge metal fan.
That's awful. Don't give up the day job.
Right now, this is my day job.
Tragic.
Can we get a moose no for the game? Game, you are fired. But no, sorry. Sailorable, it's not a cult, but that is a fancy shield. And Sagebell, thank you for the 200. Oh, Collector, your detector. It's not sage beryl. It's not a coal. It's not a coal. Like, saleable has a badge, has a shield to prove it. Because it's the idea. It's the shield that that goes on your longship. You found something on the surface. So all you need to do is pick it up. Oh. Hello. Buried treasure, don't mind if I do. We found this just lying around. No digging required. Might be for one of the gates. Don't know why so many are locked. I thought you'd lock them to keep me from wandering off. Alright. So we're here. I wonder if we were supposed to do that little area. Just give this a quick check. Yeah, I wonder if we're supposed to do this bit. Because it's got the green about the map, so we can give it a quick sweepy sweep. Sorry, he's just got a craving for Nana sandwiches. Happens to the best of us. I mean, in fact, my mate was flashing a proper cream tea fancy setup. And I will admit, I've got the jellies about me. Alright. Dig it up. Bring the noise. It's a something? Oh, we got Junior Trufflepig Award, though. Rusty old hair clip. Looks like you could have dropped this last time you were here.
Cheeky git. It's old. 1950s, perhaps? Maybe it fell off as a couple were having a moment of passion.
Surrounded by cows. Yep, you have got a strange idea of romance, Beth. And speaking of hair, I almost didn't recognise you this morning.
Were you expecting me to still have those ponytails? Actually, I've just had it restyled. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I'm no expert, but it suits you.
Thanks. I was getting a bit bored with old me, so I just had it cut on a whim.
Old you?
I just felt like I needed to, I don't know, become something else.
I'm not sure a new haircut can do that, but...
Oh, Adam.
It looks great. I guess I look a bit different now, too.
You look exactly how I imagined you would.
Oh, savage.
That's enough hair chat. Go and find me something. Ideally, something more exciting than a hair clip.
Okay, so Plutonium was asking, so Beth comes out of nowhere and asks Adam to go metal detecting. It seems that way. It seems like she messaged a bunch of her old village friends that used to do this together. And they all were like either away or couldn't do it or what have you. And so then she's messaged Adam, and it seems like they haven't seen each other since they were feckin' young. But you're finding out as much as we. JP with suits you, sir. Suits you, sir. God, are we just gonna speak the old memes at one another? Oh, suits you, sir. The Fast Show was a weird snapshot in time. Very strange. Alright. Pretty sure we've hit this little area. Unless there's something sneaky cheeky sitting around here. Then we are golden. So we wouldn't be going This way. You know what? I think one of the things that I do love about being able to do this is how many of you join us for these, like, pulse-pounding, like, heart-in-your-mouth action moments in video games. It's nice to be able to share these, like, stone-cold 360 no-scopes with a crowd of people. Plutonium says, like, why isn't Beth sharing the stuff she's finding? Sounds like she's probably actually just in the car on her emails, just not responding. Not a great find, won't lie. Did Scanning have a big punk rock scene? Bus driver says, I don't know, my adrenaline's pumping. The anticipation is intense. What kind of awkward British relationship are they going to have?
For keeping nappies in place. Before all these disposable, elasticated nappies, they used to pin them.
Who'd change a nappy in a field? The farmer and his wife?
Mrs. Hobbs. Oh, remember when she vanished? The baby too. I remember all the mums gossiping about it. After that, Farmer Hobbs more or less lived like a recluse.
Feck!
Where did she go?
No one knows. I mean, there were rumours. The school swirled with theories.
A woman and her kids vanish, and we're just brushing it off as rumours and gossip.
Oh, we were kids with overactive imaginations. It was probably just your regular, run-of-the-mill divorce. Breakups happen all the time, but...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
The timing of that was perfect.
Dot.
Dot, dot, dot. A review by Axeman 13. February 12th, 2010. I really don't want to say this, but I have to now. This game is so essy. Sorry. To Extremely Low, thank you for 5 months and giving me an excuse to quote possibly one of the greatest works of literature of our time. And if you don't know what that is, that's okay. We don't have to go back. We don't have to go back. Yeah, plutonium, sure. Or they're buried in the field and we're gonna fucking... Oh.
Ready to wrap up for the day?
Let's carry on.
Oh, can we detect just a bit longer? The weather's so great. It would be a shame not to.
I suppose so. For a short while at least.
Alright, let's keep detecting. I'm trying to, like, zigzag it up and down. Yeah, so to the Extremely Low, how goes it with your good self? We've been playing the magnificent Trufflepigs, which is a twee British Firewatch-like game where we just trundle around a field and try and find stuff. Dustin says they can't wait to watch the streamers speedrun this. Well, that's the thing. I wonder if the locations of the objects is randomized or if it's predetermined. Because maybe it's like, maybe we could like sprint to like the one mission critical piece of gumph. Oh. Lame. Found this weird wire thingy. Any ideas? It looks like a camp barbecue. A camp grill. It could be the door off a budgie or a hamster cage. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for a fugitive hamster. And or budgie.
We've covered a lot of ground today. Well done. Oh, I've loved having you here. Can't hang around though. Got to check out a venue for the wedding reception.
The wedding? Oh, I thought you asking me back here, Jake being away.
Adam,
Is
you
it
are.
still going ahead?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it? Jake's never been around when it comes to wedding stuff, has he? Doesn't mean anything. And you know what I'm like. Can't wait for him to make his mind up. And wedding planning really isn't his thing.
Still can't believe you're getting married.
Like I said, I'm getting on with life. Nothing and no one is going to stop me.
Yeah.
I'll meet you back at the car.
Adam got the wrong end of the stick. All right. In Adam's defense, we can't really call him... Tuesday, keep your eyes peeled. Oh, different...
Morning. Different fields today. We'll try somewhere new each day. Cover as much ground as possible.
It's all going to be down to luck anyway.
Look? No, it's all about planning and hard work.
And will I see a bit more of you today?
Don't worry, I'll be close by. And we'll be talking a lot.
Oh, there's...
Oh, and keep an eye out for a bangle. Mrs. Havers from the post office collared me, asking what I was up to. Turns out she lost a bangle here years ago.
All right.
Is there a reward?
I don't know. She got a bit teary-eyed talking about it. Her husband bought her it. Anyway, I doubt we'll find it. Happy hunting. Speak soon.
Huh. Okay, I see what Kimball was saying about the... Oh, it's your empire. The Great Mudlot Empire.
Mudalot HQ is still Dad's empire. For now. Surprised it hasn't burned down without me looking after everything.
Hold that thought. Okay, so Liam, how are you doing, friend? Watto. This is the proportion of Sea of Thieves where we find all the treasure that was buried by a previous game. It actually has a Sea of Thieves tie-in, but I didn't want to spoil that early on. How are you doing? And sorry, say honourable. That made me laugh, and I was like, I don't think we can call Adam that. Mainly on account of the fact that he didn't know this was coming until last night. I mean, definitely he's been holding a torch. And Bacon Avenger, thank you for filling the pint glass. But yeah, I see what Kyle was saying about the time limit, and I don't know how I feel about that currently. Actually, the fact that we were getting into we were getting into a nice rhythm there of like finding and chatting. I would have preferred to not be on the clock there. The pace of this game is so smooth and so gentle. Like, I have a natural dislike of timed mechanics, and I feel they need to earn their spot. How many of you remember, was it Sunset? Was it Sunset? Because that was one that really biffed it. Sunset, sundown. Okay, sorry. Let me just find the name of this. Let me just find the name of this title. Oh no, it wasn't Sunlight. Fucking hell, what was it? Dusk. No, that's a very different game. God darn it. So the game was, you played a cleaning lady in a very fancy penthouse apartment, and throughout the course of your weeks of cleaning this house, you basically see a revolution unfurl in the city around you, and it was really, really interesting. But the problem was it had this timed mechanic where you could only spend so much time each day doing stuff. Plutonium's, joke's on you. It's not a mechanical keyboard. And anytime that you can hear the tippity-tappity, that's because one time I accidentally spilt soy sauce into it. And when I replaced the keys, having cleaned the keyboard thoroughly, they adopted a clickety-clackety. So that is a new addition. Yeah. Messing with your mind. Yeah, the gasp. whilst I do enjoy mechanical keyboards, and in an open plan office, they are the best form of passive-aggressive warfare. Because let me tell you, when you're angrily typing, everyone knows. When you're busy, everyone knows. It's glorious. But for doing this, we found when we were doing YouTube stuff that the amount of like shooty gun bang games that would end up being almost unusable because of the aggressive like clack 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 clack. Because at least in YouTube space, like the one rule is like it's got to sound good. People will forgive a YouTube video that looks a bit ropey or a bit shaky, but if it sounds like trash, people are like, nah, we out. Because the thing is. Now, back onto this game, as I cannot remember the name of the narrative game where you play the cleaning lady in the during a revolution. With this title, I now find myself reevaluating how I look at the field. I'm no longer just enjoying a summer's day. Now I've got like an objective, a goal, a time limit. And I feel that runs very counter. I feel this should be one of those titles that allows me to jump into it. Because if the whole goal of this is the experience of metal detecting and the story, don't limit the two things I'm here for. Like, don't make one a rush and limit one to the other. I always understand the idea of timed mechanics. It's trying to create this idea of... it's trying to create this idea that we only have a week to find this thing. It's trying to create this sense of pressure. But... right now, it's done has made me feel a little bit more tense and a little bit less inclined to calmly look through this area. Do you know what I mean? I think this is what Kimball was saying earlier about they'd be interested to hear feelings. And it's also worth noting that because time limits are a concept, okay, by which I mean we don't know how long 10 minutes is in this game. 10 minutes could be more than enough time to cover the entire field and look at everything and faff about, but we don't know that. Or we never have enough time to do the whole field. We don't know what we're working with here, combined with how we can't do metal detecting while talking, and sometimes the conversation sparks up from there. So it's like... Now I just feel stressed, and this is meant to be a whimsical jaunt through So now what I'm going to do is have a quick look at all of these spots, because as the game said, keep an eye out. Like, I don't think we'll necessarily. Yeah, so now we found a hang gliding bloke. Ever fancy doing that? Which is a lovely little find, but now we're in conversation. I can't move and look at stuff. Now I'm frustrated.
Isn't that even more reason to get up there? You've watched them for all these years and never done it. Or are you scared or something?
No, I don't scare that easily. I'll do it one day. In fact, Jake and I were booked in to do it, but we had to cancel. Can't remember why.
You mean you chickened out?
No! Maybe Jake got cold feet?
Whatever else Jake is, he's not a chicken. Wasn't it his do anything attitude you fell for?
And his good looks.
You are so shallow, Beth.
Guilty.
Oh, look at him go, drifting away.
Alright, so yeah, we caught the glider. Kathy says this game is less about looking for the earring and more a radio play between Beth and Adam. Well, possible. Like I said, I'm just... Now I know the rules of the game slightly more. I feel a little bit more time pressured, you know? I feel like I want to just... .360 no-scope frags this. Like so. It's kind of like... slow and methodical be damned. Is that a cowbell? Needs more cowbell. The bells! The bells!
Oh, it's a cowbell. Haven't seen one of those in years. God, cows have it sus, don't they? Just chilling out, no worries.
Until the aliens arrive and start doing their cattle mutilation thing. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, that mashed up cow. I'm sure it had been hit by a truck, but everyone swore UFOs had arrived in Stanning.
Wasn't that photo of the UFO taken around here? It might have even been here on this farm.
As if intelligent life forms would come halfway across the galaxy and pick Stanning. Funny, you'd think there'd be even more UFO photos now that everyone has a camera on them at all times. But no.
I want to
Maybe
believe.
they're here, but brainwashing us, using their psychic power so they can walk among us completely undetected.
Bet's an alien.
One of us could be an alien.
Or maybe both of us.
That would explain a lot. Maybe we're not the strangest thing to have materialized in
sorry.
Stanning.
Nah, I think you're still the strangest, Beth. Maybe I'll mention it in my report to the Supreme Being.
Bless these dorks. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. Just quick little... yeah, quick little luck taps, if you will. Head over to the corner and then start working our way back. Anyone fancy a screw? We're screwed! It's nice to know Adam's jokes are as terrible as mine.
Bingo! Oh, rusty screw. Another one for the collection.
Maybe it's not just a screw. Think about the stories it could tell if it could talk. Could have been in that farmhouse for years, watching generation after generation growing up.
If you get this excited about the screw, you're going to lose your mind when we find some actual gold.
I couldn't possibly comment!
Value.
Maybe, but a worthless screw isn't going to change our lives now, is it? If we find that earring, you'll get it. You'll understand why I had to come back here.
You know what? Just gonna leave it. You know what? Okay, like I said, I think... again, I don't mean this to be like a diss on the game. It's more just like... what I feel like I'm doing now... oh, we're 30! Oh, look at that! What I feel like I'm doing now is kind of playing the game mechanics to get the maximum amount of story, rather than enjoying the experience of metal detecting, which I really was to start with. Yeah, Bus Driver, you're right. It's a game now, not an experience. I dug out an old photo of an earring I found. That 500 could be all ours. Okay, so that's our overall goal, is to find that.
That might not sound much, but when you're 13, that's like winning $1 million.
Shiny. I bet if we find the other, it'll be one big crusty mess.
Maybe. But this one was almost pristine when I found it, so keep your eyes peeled. We could find it at any moment.
Sailorable says, how do you know time's not passing based on the number of things you're making? I don't. So it's that double bad of not only are we putting the user under a resource constraint, that resource being time, we're not giving them the tools to accurately measure it. Oh, sorry, that sounds like a cracking evening. God, I haven't had a flake in ages. I tell you what, like, if Fiona and I are still flush end of this month, we'll do a mission to the British import store. Go get like a... Oh! I was always partial to a twirl, because it's all the good stuff of a flake, but more contained. Not as viable to add to ice cream, obviously. Oh, it's a fucking horseshoe! Get the farrier! Get the farrier! Get a farrier! And possibly an horse! Sorry, it's not a challenge. It's not a challenge. Everyone's been feckin' glorious to us, and, like, I think we can afford, like, you know, $10 or $15 to go get some fancy sweeties.
What, a horseshoe? You didn't run one over or something, did you?
As if. No. I remember. Oh, it was an amazing day.
Oh, so you're
Outdoor Monthly phoned me.
do you know that it's
Won
based on the
Rising
number of
Star
fines?
Year award. I cried when they told me. Dad came running in with some chilled champagne. Of course, he already knew.
He was that confident you'd
You
win.
must have been confident that you'd win it.
Yeah, he'd been teasing me, saying he had a good feeling about it. Lucy wasn't impressed, but, you know, when she won it the year after, I acted happy for her, like a good sister. She'd been so blasé when I won, she just couldn't bring herself to celebrate. Didn't want to look like a hypocrite. Anyway, we went to the pub to celebrate. I went to collect my car from the office the next morning, and there it was. A horseshoe on my car roof. Crazy, right?
You never figured out how it got there.
No, I've still got it. I keep it right next to the award. They're a pair.
Bit of an odd pair. A shiny award and an old horseshoe.
It's symbolic. I wouldn't have won that award if I hadn't worked like a horse. And speaking of hard work, time to pull your finger out and find some treasure.
Oi, I'm sure I've found way more things than you. You need to up your game, Beth.
Yeah, you do.
Cheeky sod. You've just been lucky.
Crux was asking if the horseshoes are cheeky if hung as a C. Yeah, well, as Sailorable already pointed out, it's the double threat match of hanging it up as a U is supposed to catch the luck and store it. But also, iron wards off Fae. Alrighty. It's just frag after frag now. Ooh, it's a fancy cufflink. Single cufflink. Not only one-armed, but impeccably dressed men. The fuck was that?
I guess you heard that.
Yeah, what's up? Scared the fick out of
What's
me.
up? You okay?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
Did you just biff it?
Oh, it was a primal scream. Lucy just called from the office.
Fucking Lucy. What did she do this time?
Shit stirring. Trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. Trying to win Dad over while I'm not around.
You sounded pretty angry.
I am. I'm livid. She's accusing me of messing up an order. I do them every day. I could do them with my eyes shut. She does that. When I'm not there, plays up to Dan, tries to make me look bad.
I sense some sibling rivalry.
No! Well, not from me. It's her. Mum wouldn't fall for it as easily as Dad does.
Look, you're not supposed to be working this week. Switch your phone off for a while.
Oh, I can't. You know I can't. I told her to double check. That should be the end of it, but I can't switch off.
You can. You just won't.
Good point. As someone who has lived for their job multiple times, and to an extent still does, I can't throw shade. Like, I could...
Hey, do you want to take a break now? Or see if your detector will last out a bit longer?
More detecting!
I'm happy to carry on.
Cool. Let's hope your battery is too.
Serpentine! Serpentine! Yeah. Alright, dig it up. I completely lost my train of thought there. It's nothing useful. I don't think. Another bolt for the scrap heap. Woohoo! Weird unsmiley face. No, I was just like, I don't think it's one of those things that I'll ever be able to disconnect from. Like, and I'm more happy now that I hang out with you lot than I am when I was doing it for like a big old faceless company. Like, I could tell you all I'm going to take a weekend off, but I'm still going to be on Discord chatting with you lot, and I don't know. But then again, that's the part of the it doesn't feel like work, you know what I mean? Like, it is not a chore for me to get up in the morning and be like, I have to talk to so many cool and interesting people on the internet all day. Ugh, however will I cope? You know what I mean? The pisser is when you get an email at like 11 o'clock at night that you have to respond to because it's either something really cool or something that I won't wait till the morrow.
Right, lunchtime, I insist.
All right. All right, who wants a jammy dodger? I'm gonna open them up.
Want to talk about it?
What, the thing with Lucy? Nah, it'll go over. I'm more interested in you.
I will say, this has got a real kind of like almost Archer's vibe to it, which is again a thing that will not make sense to anyone outside the UK.
Refuse, could I? Given the situation.
I didn't think we were in one of those situations.
Really? So, why did you reach out?
Maybe I panicked.
Alex is like, Jammy dodges a boat!
Safety now. I don't know.
Or it's someone who gets out of situations repeatedly.
Maybe I didn't need you.
Surplus to requirements already. We've been there before. Perhaps I should just go now.
Oh,
No.
Adam, don't be a...
Not yet.
Nearly said something bad.
Let's hang out. I feel safer with you around.
Safe? It's the arse end of nowhere.
They're petrified whenever you mention my name.
They
Jammy
just-
dodger.
They don't know you. What you did for me. Back then. You helped me to be happy again.
You were a kid back then. You're not anymore.
No, I know. It'd be easier if I was. Maybe it's fate that brought us back together.
I don't know if Miyaki's Scurus are here, but thank you.
You literally plan everything.
Trust me, I didn't plan this. You know, I used to daydream about you. I always imagined you becoming an astronaut or something like that.
Years of demanding physical training, then strap yourself to a giant tank of fuel and ignite it. And if nothing goes wrong, you get to ship without gravity, which might sound like fun, but it's probably hellish.
You knew how to make me laugh.
Adam, you're a fucking
Not
treasure.
anyone that makes me giggle the way you do.
Jake doesn't.
He did, at first. It feels like a long time since we just laughed. You know, properly laughed. The kind where you just can't...
Okay, I'm with Plutonium Shore here. Beth is punishing Adam, but then immediately does the, nobody ever makes me laugh like you do. Like, Jesus, if Jake's on his stag do, then I guess Beth's just enjoying torturing poor Adam one last time.
Stop.
What changed?
I don't know. Was it him? Was it me? I used to be fun. I used to be funny.
You are funny, Beth. Not just weird funny, funny funny. You and Jake, maybe you're on different wavelengths now.
Maybe I've just stopped being fun. Always working. Neglecting everything. Everyone else. Do you think?
You're scrambling for an answer again. Sometimes you just have to accept that there isn't one.
And Sailorable, while it would be traditional to dunk it into a cuppa, I don't want to boil a kettle, make a cup of tea, and ignore you lot.
Becoming the boss at Mud a lot. Getting married. Then I won't be so rushed. I'll have time for friends and hobbies. I'll be happy again then.
Does anyone else hear Admiral Akbar being like, "It's a trap"? I remember when I used to say that to myself. I'll get that promotion. I'll get that next job. I'll get that pay raise. I'll be happier. I'll be happy again. After the crunch. Yeah, after we ship this title, I'll be so happy. Soon as I get that next step up on the rung, then I'll be happy. Then I'll be happy. If you want to know how that song and dance turned out, I can tell you that story as till the cows come home. I left a crater in several lives. Like a shit.
Have you ever thought it might not just be an earring you need to look for?
The earring! I shouldn't waste this week daydreaming. Come on, let's find that damn earring.
Ha! We call that one a dodge. Alright, so we've hit these points. I guess we could pop a drop along here. You've been crunching so long they started calling you Captain. I don't know. I've been talking about this with a friend a lot recently. And it took me a while to find it. It was actually from the first Pat Label movie, not the second one. But there's this quote where this young detective and his older boss just finished talking to the bloke that runs the titular... Ah, it's a fork! It's fucking brilliant! Can't spot these silver hallmarks, but I guess at least it's something practical. Junk for the jar.
I've still got it, my junk jar, full of all the crap I used to find. Rusty nails, screws, bottle tops, all in that great big fiddling jar. It's still in Dad's garage. Remember how I'd carefully clean each piece like it was gold, then do a little drawing? Didn't know what half of it was. But I knew it was worthless junk. But I became obsessed with collecting it. That summer, I'd be out with my detector whenever I could. I really wanted to fill it.
But you never did?
Well, a more important mission came along.
Oh, and to Dreamer, what ho friend?
One day, Lucy found a ring. It was rubbish, costume jewellery. But I was gutted. She didn't even like detecting. Me and Dad, we detected all summer. Lucy tagged along. Once. And it was the sheer look of it that hurt most.
And after that, you forgot about your junk jar. You just wanted to beat Lucy, find something better than her ring.
And you did.
And I did. Literally the next weekend. I found that earring. All the detecting, all that hard work finally paid off.
The next weekend? Wow.
And their faces. relentless. They've been nagging me every 2 minutes. Found anything yet?
And you did, right on cue. What were the odds on that happening?
Exactly. We were all shocked. They'd been teasing me about finding something. It felt kind of magical.
Like an uncle pulling a coin from your ear.
I suppose. Anyway, none of us realised what it was at first. My teacher spotted it was actually gold. Then I was in the news, kind of famous. Sold the earring, bought Trufflepig Mark II.
And while you were lapping up all of that attention, we stopped hanging out.
Well, you were 13!
I didn't know that would happen. But we're back now. Here, together. This farm. It's special. If I ever find anything important again, it'll be here, in these fields.
Seorable and Plutonium are reckoning that Adam actually planted the earring for her. Oh, Collector, your detector. But I do get what you're saying. Like the idea that the serendipity of it was too. Come on, go Bangle! No. I don't think you're too excited about this. It's a shelf bracket. It is not a golden bracelet. Alright, so let's have a look at what we've here. I'm trying to decide if we should hit the top of the farm here or go back into the back right-hand corner. I found a pic of the standing UFO. Let me know if you spot any aliens. I don't want to get probed. Silverbill says, I either feel you're missing stuff or the last field was more densely packed. Because the thing is, we've been given the task of like that. Then maybe there's a gold bangle in here, right? Maybe there's something special. And the idea of finding that to progress like a side story feels real nice. Where the only thing that we're investing is our time in this gorgeous little world, you know?
Ooh, 1970s by the look of it.
Thought so. Beer?
Probe.
Probably.
Do now, don't
No,
kink shame.
shall we grab a beer when we wrap up here?
Oh, maybe. How will it look if Jake calls and I'm out drinking?
Beth! He won't. He's with his rugby mates for a week. What do you think they're doing?
He might.
Oh, you're not fooling either of us, Beth.
A few nights away, he might change. It could have just been, wedding jitters.
Oh, Beth, it's not going good.
Have you? About you and Jake?
No, why should I? He never said it was over. Not really. He never actually said it.
Oh, no!
Have you stopped to think you might be better off without him? Besides, pretending nothing's happened won't help. Carrying on with your wedding plans won't help either.
I'm
Adam,
not cancelling. Not yet.
Adam, you've got the subtlety of a half brick.
We were good together. It wasn't always like it's been these last few months.
Look, let's have a quiet drink. Nothing crazy. No one else. Let's try and figure out what's really going on.
Okay, a drink, but at my place. You know how this village gossips? It might look weird if I'm out drinking without Jake.
Weird. We spend all day in a field waving these sticks at the ground. I think we're already well past weird.
And we should get back to waving them around too. There's still an earring to find.
That's always your answer. Making yourself so busy that you don't have time to think about anything else.
Yeah.
Adam's not wrong.
You turned up. Back to detecting. No arguments.
So, now we know why Jake's away with the rugby mates. And this is not a diss on rugby fans or rugby players, but The term "out with the rugby mates," at least for those of the UK, is I wouldn't say a loaded term, but it comes with a certain implication. Sorry, his bus driver with Beth. Everything's fine. Jake, we're breaking up. Beth's dad, your sister's getting the business. Woohoo! Come on, go Bangle! Oh! Perfect. A magnifying glass without the magnifying glass. In that case, the word you're looking for is handle. Alright. I wonder if we can chat about the ruins up there. Nah. So Captain Steph, it seems like Jake, who is her fiance, it seems like they're on the out and out.
Change of plan. No drinks tonight. Just had a call. I really need to get to the office. We've got a big problem.
Can't they cope without you? You've got other things to worry about.
Trust me, it's the last place I want to be. Lucy was right. I fucked up, like, really badly. I ordered 15,000 water bottles. It should have been 1,500. Lucy and Dad have told me to stay away. Feels like they're trying to push me out.
Maybe they just want you to enjoy your time off. Leave them to it. They can return them, can't they?
They're branded with model art. 15,000. That's more than we've sold in the past 7 years. Oh, I look like such an idiot.
Listen, everyone makes mistakes.
Everyone else does, not me. I'm the one that spots them and saves the day. Lucy's going to love this. See me screw up just as Dad's about to retire.
Look, you had an off day.
It's not just an off day. I'm letting things slip. Little mistakes. Nothing's ever perfect anymore.
Beth, I've been where you are.
Like
It's not good.
Someone to rumble me.
You've got a lot resting on your shoulders. They know that.
They don't. It's been relentless. Never a spare moment. They don't even see it. I'm always... I don't know.
Want me to come to the office? Offer some support?
No, definitely not. If they find out you're here, that's it. I'm screwed.
Why?
We've got to leave. Now, come on.
Okay, I guess the woman who wanted a gold bangle can just go and feck herself, I guess. Wednesday, the police have taken an interest. Nani?
Morning.
How did it go at the office? Get sorted?
Oh, that. Can we just have some fun today? I don't really want to think about work. Or Jake. Hey, guess what? The police have taken an interest in what we're doing.
Where?
I bumped into Sergeant Marler. He was asking lots of questions. He spotted me the other day. I think he was making sure I was okay out here by myself.
But you're not by yourself.
Oh, I'm fairly sure he didn't see you.
Ha!
And
He asked if I'd found anything interesting.
such as?
Who knows? Maybe he's hoping we'll find something to do with the Standing Slayer.
That was years ago. One of the farmers over in Beckwith, wasn't it? Had his throat slit.
Oh, found him propped up in his field, like a scarecrow. It made the national news.
They made out like it was the work of a serial killer, but it was a one-off. They never caught anyone, did they?
Dunno. They questioned all the farmers, searched every farmyard. They were sure it was a farmer.
Oh, it's given me an urge to start a band called Standing Slayer. You in?
Definitely. As long as I get to play drums. And you? What's your role going to be?
Oh, absolutely guitar.
Well, I'll be on the guitar then.
You can't play guitar, Adam.
When did that ever stop anyone? I could be a rock star.
Sure. Perhaps you should stick to the air guitar for now.
Right. I'm quitting the band.
Enough goofing around. It's time to find that earring.
That, my friends, is an Ellie Whopper. It's a police helicopter.
Nah, mountain rescue.
Of course. Regular as buses at this time of year. Guess someone's come unstuck.
Oh, it'll be some dickhead. Gone hiking, completely unprepared. Then, surprise, surprise, they need rescuing. I'd be mortified if it was me, being caught out. It's tragic, really.
I know, Plutonium, I think it is Hot Fuzz. Like, there's a shootout in a miniature village going on across the valley.
Maybe they had a plan. Maybe they just stood on a loose rock, snapped their ankle.
Ugh, done that.
On.
Not
I
the
bet
loose rock
every
part, but the
rescue
ankle
is the
break.
result of someone's bad judgment or clumsiness.
It's not that hard to trip up. People do it all the time. It could be one of us one day.
All right. Now, how's the field? Oh, this field's fucking massive. Wait, was that where we were before? Oh, you're fucking kidding me. How are we supposed to cover this much ground? Oh, we found a brooch. Lovely. That looks right fancy, that does.
Nice find. Pretty sure it's costume jewellery, but I'll double check later.
So, what's the score?
I told you. I don't want to talk about Jake or work.
I mean, what have you found?
No, I meant the score. Who's found the most?
Oh, that. I'm not keeping score. Let's just keep looking for that earring.
Oh, it's because I'm kicking your ass, Beth. Get good, Trufflepig 1 in the lead. Alright, so this is one of those things where like my gaming instinct says what we should do is feck this field, book it all the way to the other end and start working forward. Oh, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Breaking the law, breaking... Oh.
Hey, I found a big knife by the wall. I'm gonna keep it. Might be the only useful thing I find this week.
The knife is also haunted.
What sort of knife?
Not sure. Not very old. Looks sharp.
Oh, be careful.
Be careful, Beth.
Looks like this thing could slice through flesh. It's probably been used to gut a few rabbits, or maybe put a sheep out of its misery. Weird when you think about it. Most cattle never leave the farm, do they? Until they go to the abattoir. Guess I'm no different. Born here, work here, I'll probably die here too.
Well, aren't you a bundle of joy today?
You've been a bit morose, Beth.
Adam.
You've literally got a lifetime to enjoy life before death.
A lifetime? Tell that to Mum. She was only 10 years older than I am now when she died. Shit in hell, Adam. I don't even feel like I've started living yet. 10 more years isn't enough.
Hey, stop thinking like that. You're not your mum. You've got 60, 70, who knows how many years ahead of you.
1 million.
What?
Well, there's no guarantees either. You might get struck by lightning tomorrow. Or perhaps the stunning Slayer could return.
Well, you're certainly cheering me up now.
All I mean is, Well, you know. And watch yourself with that knife. Don't want you coming to any harm.
Okay, so yes, we have found the sacrificial dagger. And Plutonium does make an interesting point that at what point are we metal detecting and at what point are we just doing a theft? Like, a knife on a wall in a farm probably belongs to someone, you know? I mean, what I would say, Caffeine, because Caffeine says this very starting to feel like a daytime soap with game mechanics around it. I wouldn't disagree, though this has a certain amount of grounding. Like, okay, that looks feckin' rad. This does feel... Whoever wrote this definitely experienced small town living in the UK.
Not sure about gold, but you're on a roll.
Yeah, it's almost too good to be true, don't you think?
You're just having a very lucky streak. Don't stop now.
I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Serpentine. 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 Ooh. Andorf says, this reminds me of a question. At what point does grave robbing turn into archaeology? Pretty much around the point where you go, do you have a flag? Sorry. It's because everyone's playing New World. My brain just keeps wanting to make colonialism jokes. We're the baddies.
Another! Any sign of a hallmark? It's not a great design, but if it's gold, it'll have weighing value.
That's a bit hard to tell, but no, can't see a hallmark. I noticed you're not wearing your engagement ring anymore.
Adam, don't push it, mate.
Well, I'd congratulate you on moving on, but you haven't changed your relationship status on your
Adam,
friends yet.
you're being weird. Stop being
No one else
weird.
is gonna find out either. Not yet, okay?
My lips are sealed.
My lips are sealed.
I'll tell everyone when I'm ready.
Okay. I won't say a word. Aren't all these finds freaking you out? I just keep finding jewellery in this field.
It's a bit odd.
A bit? We've hardly found anything, and then bam! It's almost like the detecting gods wanted us to find a trove.
You should keep looking while you're on a streak.
That I will. Get a photo of the old church.
Mum and Dad got married there. Whenever I used to hear wedding bells, I would imagine what my own wedding would be like.
Expensive and extravagant?
You know me too well.
So everyone said Adam was a bit weird, but it just seems like a tactless brick. What have we got here? Oh. A metal... What's that? I don't know what that is. What, tractor? Old fucking motorbike, maybe? Tractor pedal. Alright.
I lost track of time. Then my tummy rumbled and reminded me. Ready for lunch? Or do you want to hang fire?
More detecting! More detecting! Hang fire, feeling lucky.
You mind if we carry on?
Okay, make it count.
Because we've nearly got this little... Like, we've nearly got this little area all, like, Sodding bottle cap. Fucking bottle cap, I tell thee! Sorry, Plutonium saying Beth's just going to eat Adam's sandwich, calling it now. Sea Witch, no bones so far, but unfortunately, unless they are metallic bones, we won't be able to find them today. So when I find dead Wolverine, all yours. Absolutely all yours. Actually, you're saleable. We could probably buy some ammo with that. I don't want to set the world on fire. I knew it was coming.
That's it. My battery just died.
Oh, okay. Meet you at the car.
Can't wait for this awkward conversation about Beth's now failed marriage. Wonder how Adam's going to make this weird.
That was an amazing morning. I just kept finding stuff. Yeah, want to take a closer look at my haul?
Yeah, I can't believe your luck. There's nothing of any real value, but it reminds me of being a kid. Mum put together a dress-up box that Lucy and I used to play with. Random bits of jewellery, like these. I think she used to buy it from junk shops and jumble sales. Before the business took off, of course.
What? You recognise this stuff?
Oh, no, it just reminds me of it.
Why is it scattered in this field? Someone trying to grow a crop of crap jewellery.
Who knows?
Beth, where did you find the earring? Was it where I've been searching?
Dunno. It was so long ago. I can't be certain.
Beth.
Maybe.
So why didn't we start there on day one?
I don't know. It's complicated.
Complicated? If you really wanted to find the earring, why didn't we start where you found the other?
You don't have to ask. You know the answer. Oh, you just want me to say it, don't you?
What? That it was strangely convenient? You finding something right when you were at your lowest point?
I detected all summer long. Hardly found anything. Even Lucy had found something. I was miserable. I thought finding that earring was a reward for working so hard. I didn't care if it was, you know, a bit strange. Strange as it was, I didn't do anything wrong. I did find it.
You did. But there's always been a niggling suspicion about it, hasn't there?
It felt too lucky. Almost like I wanted it so badly that I'd somehow conjured it, made it happen.
You're not that gifted, Beth.
I know.
Then the only explanation is...
I don't know. There isn't one.
Somebody put it there.
Really? If you can't even admit to me, to yourself, then we may as well get back out there and detect.
Hey, I'll say when lunch ends, I'm in charge.
Not anymore.
Yeah, this is the People's Republic of Detecting now. So yeah, sorry, Sea Witch, how are you doing today? And Ozzy, I hope I said hello when you came in. I had to get up early to go to the DMV this morning, which actually was a painless process. I know, I'm as shocked as you are. Oh, and Sailorable, when you say A Tale of Two Wastelands, do you mean Wastelands 2? Or is this some, like, fancy, new-spangled Fallout mod that I've not heard of? And JP was like, wow, this just became a rom-com without the com. I'd say we were just here. It's a mudlock bag. Oh, Cerebral says, so it's Fallout 3 and the New Vegas merge mod. That merges 3 and New Vegas together. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Cerebral. I'm going to need to repeat that. as I might have become. I might have become overcome with excitement because it sounded like someone had made a mod that took 3 and Fallout, 3 and New Vegas, and smashed them together. Oh, JP, Mudlot is Beth's mother's company that she started and it became an empire, and Beth's likely to take over. I'm gonna need some info on how to get that for reasons. The reasons are me. I guess I got super into looking about how to mod and change up. What was it? To mod and change up Fallout 4 because I enjoy the gameplay of it, but like experientially and narratively, it's probably the weaker of the series. Oh, and Sadlin, I did find out that the best cafe closure is expected to be temporary. That just took a fucking weight off my shoulders because we went to go there the last day it was open, and the queue was like round the block, which is great. But it was a PAX day, and we didn't have 1,000 hours. Not that I should have been surprised, but you know what I mean. We need to talk. That is a Mudlot bag full of...
Bloody hell. I can't quite make it out. What have you got?
More crappy jewellery. A couple of rings, a brooch, a pendant, an ID bracelet.
And that's a Mudalot bag. It's an old one.
And you think that's just a coincidence?
What? Yes.
We find a bunch of costume jewellery and then a Mudalot bag with even more in.
And?
And? Just
Come
out
on,
of
Beth.
interest, who chose this spot? Back then, when you found the earring?
I can't remember. You know I can't.
I think you can,
I
Beth.
need to ask.
Dad?
Or Lucy. They were both there, weren't they?
Yeah, this is very
If she
sus.
knows anything, she'll be dying to rub my nose in it.
You need to call them. You said you wanted to finish this, once and for all.
I wanted to find the other earring. Make everything fun again, like it was back then.
Do you want me to make the call?
No! Absolutely not.
This, friends, is what we in the business would call a ruddy hecking breakdown.
I need to do this. By myself.
Krug says we're going to be digging a body up here soon. I don't think that's incorrect, because... A ruddy hecking what? A bloody ruddy hecking breakdown. That's what. Alright. I do feel like I'm kind of gaming the system a little bit here by just... Hello. Oh. Also, I'm sorry, friends. Sea Witch has called first dibs on the bones. If anyone else would like to place dibs on any like post-corpsing parts, you know, along with the undeath clause, that does mean that we have the right of dibsies. So if anyone would you, though, at this point, like we are talking like English countryside fine, so I doubt there's gonna be anything fresh. Who the fuck is Harvey? Anyone lose a dog called Harvey? Just glad I didn't come across the remains of a dog when I dug it up. Yes, Honourable. That's why you never trust a man that keeps pigs. I will say at some point, though, we will play... there's a narrative game that I've been wanting to try, and I actually had forgotten about it until Honourable mentioned it, where you play a pig farmer who disposes bodies for the cartels. And you have decided that you are no longer going to be doing this. And so your handler, the assassin that brings bodies to you, you and him have a sit down. Oh, that's just a regular weight. Certainly is a weight off my shoulders. No, that's actually just a regular weight used for like measuring like flour and stuff. Guess you could use it as your paperweight, stop your texts from being blown away. Okay, I thought that would... Alright, Adam, you're busting out some gold material here, buddy. And I think you're not... Okay. Let's start heading up into this direction. Caffeine with wait a minute right there. And you're right, Sagebell Beth is not appreciating it, but I think she's having a little breakdown.
Dad and Lucy.
And?
And now I'm sat in the car wishing I hadn't. Wishing everything away.
Ready to talk?
Your dad placed it, didn't he?
Ready.
Her dad put the necklace and
Why
stuff
did
there.
you make me do that?
Phone them. You know why. What happened back then, it's trapped you in the past.
Trapped? The one thing I had that I could always focus on when things turned to shit was that earring.
Daddy planted it. Made sure you found it. So you'd feel like you'd achieved something. You've known, suspected it all this time. You've just convinced yourself it wasn't like that. You can't just blame Lucy and your dad. You playing along, you must have realised it was a setup.
I swear, I didn't know. I mean, I knew there was something odd. Dad directed me to look here and there, Lucy laughing, but
you didn't ask. You didn't want to know. You didn't care as long as you had your prize.
it's not like I didn't deserve it. I'd put so many hours into detecting. Unlike Lucy, she'd barely touched a detector. She thought it was boring, then instantly find something.
You think Lucy had beginner's luck?
What else could it be?
Yarda!
Everyone else is lucky, but when you find something, it's suddenly a reward for your hard work. Did it never cross your mind that perhaps Dad dropped something for Lucy to find too? That's what dads do. Good ones. Leave little treasures for their kids. You know, earrings, money, advice. Jobs?
Jobs. Really? Really? You're saying I haven't earned my position at Modelart? Working my ass off all these years?
Maybe you did, but everyone there works hard. Some never get promoted out of the warehouse.
No, enough! I can't handle this conversation.
Beth's
now.
not ready for the truth!
Not on top of Jake. Not on top of the earring. Not on top of Dad and Lucy lying to me. Everyone thinks I'm losing it. That it's happening all over again. There's not a chance I'm going to be put in charge of Modelot now. I asked you here to help me. All you've done is pull at the threads, make everything fall apart.
It was already falling apart. That's why you reached out to me. To come and sort you out. Again.
Wait, wait. Adam, wait.
Christ, your voice. You're really starting to irritate me. I just need you to shut up. I need to think.
Hey, you're the one that pulled me in here. I was happy detecting.
No, not more plans. You just need to figure out what you
Adam,
want.
get out of the car.
I thought I had figured it out.
Beth's got a
Job,
knife.
Marriage, then kids. Then I'd be happy, like everyone else seems to be. But when they all started to evaporate, all I could think about was the earring. Finding it would bring it all back. All that locked up happiness. Now that's gone too. I've got nothing.
Don't be a drama queen, Beth. You've got a family that cares. A guaranteed job. We've been in darker places than this. Remember? And who helped you through it? Who was there when you couldn't talk to anyone else? And the earring. Maybe the other one is here. Maybe the other one was planted too.
You think?
Sea Witch, it's not the same if we make the bones. Like, we can always go play Dark Souls. I'll go smash skeletons in the Gabba for you for hours. But let's not kill Adam just yet.
Maybe we should just walk away. I could talk to Dad and Lucy. Ask for help.
So they can invent a new scenario to make you feel better about everything? Like they did with the earring? No. You don't need them.
Sorry, Sage Bell's like, it's Adam that's planted, yeah. Adam's actually being played by an actor, hired by her dad and Lucy again.
We can sort this. It's going to be bleak tomorrow. An awful day. But anything is better than going into the office. Or hiding at home. If we can ride it out, it'll change everything.
Actually, I quite like metal detecting. If you just stop fucking making me go home, I'd do it all night.
I suppose.
Sorry, just to say all about it. Adam's Cthulhu, yeah. Adam is a dark entity contacted. And we're actually playing as Beth. Adam are the forces of nature summoned that slumber under the these very hills. Also, yeah, Plutonium Shore. It might also be that she doesn't actually know how to drive a car. It's just that her parents have been very nice. Oh, you're great. You're doing great.
Hey.
Hey, I wasn't sure you'd turn up today.
I said I would. Besides, what else am I gonna do?
Have you tried day drinking?
The house just reminds me of Jake. Every time I move, I see another bridal magazine staring at me. Going to the office means facing Dad and Lucy.
Do you want to talk about it? Any of it?
Later. It's still sinking in. But I have got some news about the Standing Slayer. I bumped into Sergeant Marler again, so I asked him. We were right. It wasn't a serial killer, just a one-off. A crime of passion, he said.
What kind of bloody passion is that?
It'd be funny to daub the scarecrows with red sheep dye to scare the kids. That's how it started.
It sounds like it worked if you're still going on about the Slayer all these years later.
Dag.
For you. No real news or excitement, so we have to make everything up. Okay, I'm relying on you to find something good today. Not sure I'll be able to focus, but I'll give it a try.
Alright. You all heard that, right? There was a dag. Dag, why are you not here? Why is Dog not here? Where is friends? Hello, dog friends. Oh, wow. Someone's not a friend of Fred the farmer. Drop dead, Fred. That's not very nice.
Oh, that's mean. Not sure why anyone would write that. He was harmless enough.
He was always fine with you, wasn't he?
I mean, he was always a bit weird. Especially after I found the earring. I didn't see him much, but he never stopped for a chat. At least not with me. Maybe it annoyed him because I found the earring right under his nose.
You shared the profits with him, though?
No, Dad handled that. He wasn't entitled to a share, apparently.
Kind of weird. Usually you have to share. Surely you knew that.
I was only a kid. I didn't really pay much attention to that stuff. Anyway, the graffiti, it'll just be someone he annoyed. He had a habit of shouting at kids if they wandered through his field, but he was only looking out for his sheep. Wishing him dead, though. Guess whoever it was got their wish.
Just how did he die?
He accidentally fell on a knife.
What? Seriously?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Stop trying to imagine something that isn't there. It was natural causes. A heart attack.
There is a dag somewhere. I want to make friends with it. I hear the balks. I wish for friendship. God, this field is a very odd shape. Although it does feel like starting in the back and working through seems to be the MLG play, if you will. You know, play of the game and all that. Of course, he didn't fall onto that knife. It's a shame about what happened to Farmer Hobbs. You know, I heard he fell down the stairs into some bullets. Cool. More bottle caps, I guess. On the plus side, okay, Sarah says they're putting it now. Beth murdered the farmer. Alright, found something. All we got to do is pick it up. Oh, that's very fancy. That's a real-ass wedding ring.
Yep, gold, diamonds. It's worth $6 grand. Give or take a few quid.
We're just gonna... Are you sure?
Really? It was just lying there. No one's daft enough to lose a $6 grand ring.
Yup, only an idiot would lose a ring like that.
It's Beth!
What's up? You should be excited.
Beth yoked it into the field. We found
my
it.
engagement ring. I got mad thinking about him. I threw it away.
Say audible. Give yourself a pat on the back and an extra dinosaur
How did I
sticker.
not know that?
I mean,
Don't you think it was a
if
bit
you'd like a
reckless?
Gundam sticker, I have those.
Throwing it in some field.
We've got metal detectors. Anyway, finders keepers, I guess.
It's yours. But look after it.
Yeah,
I'm
Caffeine,
pretty
you're an
sure I
idiot.
want to see it again.
Caffeine is right. Adam
You might
is
change your mind.
dumb as bricks on
Jake,
some
what-
things. However, she said it's ours. She's waived her finder's fee. Do you know what that means? $6 grand down the pub. Let's go.
Won't ask for it back, will he?
He can go jump. He might be minted, but he refused to spend any more than $1 grand on a ring. I paid for most of it.
What?
I spotted it before we'd even met.
Beth,
Knew
no!
that was the ring.
No!
Whoa, you chose your wedding ring before you'd even met your fiancé.
Ah, don't sound so surprised. You know what I'm like. My engagement ring, a wedding dress. I've always known what I wanted.
And what if you'd never met anyone you wanted to marry?
But everyone does. Or at least I thought they did. Until I screwed up.
No, Beth, you gotta stop being so hard on yourself, love. No! No! Alright, you know how this game ends? We murder Jake. We bury him upside down. Job's a good one. Sage bells out. Am I Beth? Alright, you didn't screw up.
You didn't screw up, Beth.
Oh, I know you're trying to make me feel better, but it's not working.
Yeah, or we get murdered. There's also
My
about
job
that.
is turning to shit, and my dream wedding has vanished.
Sounds like you're more bothered about losing the wedding than losing Jake.
Called
What am I
it!
trying to say? Stop twisting my words.
Is it
You've
though?
set yourself this list of goals. Being the boss, getting married, the perfect house, a couple of kids. You think ticking them off will make you happy, but it's your list that's making you miserable, Beth.
Jake wasn't just a tick in a box. There
It's a
was
tick in a box!
Something with it.
Sorry.
He was the one. I was sure of it.
But even when you felt he might not be, you just preferred denial to dealing with it.
Jake and I were already fragile. I thought if I opened things up, it'd just fall apart.
That happened anyway. Maybe you could have saved things. Opened up, had a chat. Faced up to
Do you
what
like
was going on.
dags?
Maybe. And yes, I admit it. I'm more upset about the wedding than losing Jake. But that's a sign, right? It wasn't meant to be.
Oh, Beth, you're saying a lot of stuff. Sorry, jumping back. Yeah, Night Valen, we could still end up murdered, and either way, see which gets bones. Fred, what ho? What's the dag? What, it's a Scottish dog, isn't it? Oh, dogs. Yeah, I love dogs. Sagebell, are you Beth? I don't know enough to comment. And Bacon Avenger, you're right. Denial. It's more than It's more than a river in Egypt, Beth. It's more than a river in Egypt. Honestly, if it wasn't for the timed sections, I'm really enjoying this game. I love how it's delivering its dialogue. It was one of the things that it's one of the things that Firewatch did very, very well. And I think they've taken that element. But I think in terms of like development and construction of this title, they kind of became too obsessed with the you only have a week. And admittedly, I mean, so far as we know, we haven't missed out on too much because of that structure. But I don't know. I can't help but feel like we only have a week. I can't help but feel like, I don't know, it's just the rhythm of being able to explore this little area and look at stuff and have like conversations about the wherever that dog is, because I want to make best friends with them. Oh, okay. So Sage Bell says they've had their wedding dress picked out for like 15 years. Just our character asking if a left-handed screwdriver is worth more money. Oh, collector, your detector. And also just adding that as soon as I talk about finding the dag, their neighbour's dog starts barking up a storm. Ooh. And there's one more to the collection. What have we got here? I found something. Like a big old metal pot. What the bloody hell is it?
Give me a clue.
You don't see it?
Obviously not. What are you talking about?
This. It looks just like that UFO.
I guess.
You guess? Look, it's identical. We should tell people we've solved the Stanning UFO mystery.
Oh, people won't care. They'd be happy to carry on thinking aliens really did visit Stanning.
And what about you, Mulder? Still want to believe?
Trust me, there are days when believing in things that don't exist is the only thing that keeps me going.
Oh, Beth, you're just a bundle of feckin' joy today. I know. I did get a short loud plutonium with there. Beth, can you guess what this is? What is it? It's a landmine! And then just like you hear a muffled thud in the distance. Sea Witch asking, does it have... Sea Witch, I've told you. Alright, look, listen. You've got first dibs on the bones. I told you this. Alright? If you need bones in the interim, like, I'm pretty sure you can get some at Walmart. Or just, like, some bone substitute. Theodora, finding World War I bombs. Oh, yeah. Well, it's World War II in the UK. Always a fun one. Oh, it's an unexploded... it's unexploded munitions. Whee! But it's like, I would have liked to have spent a little bit more time looking over all the stuff in the first few fields when it was still like, you know, before we found out the reason why Beth is going hard on this is because her feckin' life is falling apart. Let's see what we've got. Oh, sorry, you're thinking of the spleen, and Kestrel does absolutely have first dibsies. God, what's that? Oh, it's a bicycle pedal. I was like, is that like some baby bear trap? I'm like, wait a second, we don't have bears in the UK. Oh, if we carry on for a few more years, we might have enough for a bike. A bear trap for a mouse. I mean, you need a bear trap for a mouse, you get a cat. Cap says, what do they miss between Beth and Adam? Well, we don't know too much. Basically, Adam worked out very, very quickly why it is Beth going hard on trying to find this earring. And has been slowly getting Beth to admit it. We also found out that the earring was planted by Beth's dad. Beth was super duper into metal detecting. And her sister found something, and Beth was really upset about that. So Beth's dad hid the jewelry in an area that they were going to be looking, found it. Yeah, saleable. You called it from the start. And now that Beth's life is kind of unraveling, she's trying to find the other earring in the set. Almost like if I can just do this one thing from my childhood, like, I'll be okay. Nope. Beth says, my turn to show you what I found. Oh. Pretty sure it's Mrs. Haver's bracelet. Oh, cool. Alright, so that wasn't something we could have found.
Typical, isn't it? I finally found something valuable, and I can't even keep it.
Ah, never mind.
No, but Mrs. Havers might give you a reward.
True.
She makes a delicious lemon drizzle. I'd be happy with one of those.
That is a form of cake, not a proposition, just as an FYI.
Yeah, it's not like you're slimming for the wedding anymore.
Adam! Adam! Adam!
Ouch! You're right, though. No dress fittings for me to worry about. Not for a while.
I like that we got past my terrible joke after Adam's terrible comment.
Do you think that's it for me? Am I going to be one of those old spinsters? I'm not getting any younger.
Oh my god.
I'm nearly 30.
The gasp! Nearly 30? You're practically dust!
Even if I met someone tomorrow, there's going to be a few years of dating. And what if it doesn't work out? Start all over again, even older.
Don't give up hope just yet. You're a romantic. You've always believed in happy ever afters. That's why you never thought about the earring too much.
Sorry, Cam Steph says they've watched the Great British Bake Off and know what a lemon drizzle is. That's good. Which means you also know what a soggy bottom is. Dusted with party foul, Adam. Shadow Realm, now. Sailable is making a good question, though. It's like, if her dad planted that earring, how is it worth so much? I think that's one of the last...
And see where that's got me.
But also, I will say, I'm not going to judge Beth too harshly about the whole, like, life's over at 30, because, like, when you're in a small town with a very small dating pool, and you finally find somebody and it works for a bit, like, once that's over, like, who are you going to date? The same 4 people in the village? Like, fuck. This small town mentality can get very, like, railroady into a plan. And I know a lot of people that have been through that. Some for better, some for worse. Like, while it wasn't necessarily of my own choice, like, I'm the one that got out, you know? I'm the one that moved up to the city, worked in film and telly, and then video games, and, you know, I've worked, you know, lived in New Zealand, now I live out here in Seattle. Now, obviously, my love life has been a cacophony of cock-ups, the catastrophes
Ready
of
for
which...
lunch?
No!
Let's carry on, while there's still some juice in this battery.
Okay.
I think I'm going to give up. See? And immediately we start finding something. Alright. Damn it! I lost my train of thought there, I'm sorry. Ooh! Key to the party shed. Tried some of the buildings later, but it looks a bit ancient. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, just that... Like, if I hadn't gotten my arse kicked out, like... What was in store for me? Like... Now, battery's out.
Come on, time for a break.
It's a very, very different timeline, you know? Though... And I know this was a meme doing the rounds on Twitter. Sometimes I feel like the example that they show the other variants, like other multi-dimensional wills are shown like, hey, if you don't buck up your attitude, you'll end up like this one. And I'm like, where? That's how I feel some days.
You should take better care of it.
I wasn't sure I ever wanted to see it again. Thanks. I think I know what I need to do with it now. You know we're not going to cover all of the farm this week. Hope you're not disappointed.
A little.
A little. I wanted to find that earring for you.
You think we should have worked harder? Put in more hours?
Yes!
We were never going to finish it this week. It's just too much to do in too little time.
Sounds like me. Trying to cram everything in. Work, relationships, kids, fun. Too little time. Oh, how do other people do it, Adam? Make everything slot together at just the right time.
It's called survivor bias,
They
Beth.
don't. Well, most people don't. Look at Sally. Have you forgotten that she quit uni when she fell pregnant? She wasn't looking for it to happen, it just did, and her life just shuffled around it. She might think you've got it all. Had fun at uni, a job to fall back on, and no kids to ruin your social life.
Nah, she loves those kids.
I'm sure she does. Now.
At least she escaped from Stanning. Same with Jen and Claire. I thought I'd be the trailblazer, and look at me.
Are you kidding? Jen might have a great job, but have you ever thought that maybe she didn't want to leave Stanning? Mud-a-Lot is the biggest company in the village, but you and Lucy had that tied up. Like it or not, Jen had to leave if she wanted a career with prospects. Sure, her job takes her to far-flung cities, but she never gets to see them. Not really. She flies in, flies out.
Fucking Adam, why you gotta be like that?
And Claire? Partying all the time, living a carefree life?
She's having fun now, but she can't do that forever. And when she stops, what will she have?
Oh, fuck off, Adam.
Some great memories, but no career. No way of getting on the property ladder.
Oh, eat your own arsehole,
One day,
Adam.
She might have...
Sorry, that was very rude of me.
Are you saying...
Sorry, that came out of... Oh. Alright, this monstrous cockwomble was like, yeah, she's having fun now, but she's never going to get on the property ladder. I'm like, firstly, fuck off. Secondly, you small town wanker, fuck off.
None of us managed to get it right.
Sorry, it's just
Are you
breathing
saying
fire.
they're all unhappy too?
Oh, sorry, and see which, if you do go to lurk mode, Becky, I hope you sleep well and have a lovely evening. Thirdly, fuck off.
You always assume everyone
Yeah,
else
now
is
who's being
other
shallow?
ways.
Adam.
Maybe they are. Maybe they're not.
Schrodinger's happiness.
I guess you could call it that.
So, joy doesn't have to be tied to our
I'm
situation.
gonna piss in your Vimto, Adam.
Don't ruin it, Beth. Don't try and find the answer to life inside a formula. That's why you always end up in knots.
Oh, sorry, you can absolutely set him on fire. Although, I should say, what he's saying to Beth might not necessarily be what he believes, but what Beth needs to hear. Like, judging one's happiness by comparing it to others can often be an exercise in misery and futility. And no one is perfect happy all the time. You know, every lifestyle choice, every turn, every way to way to live one's life, as we well know, comes with, like, ups and downs, good times, bad times. Like, I feckin' love my life, but it's not, like, happy-go-lucky smiles and sunshine all the time. There are a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of miserable weekends to get to the point where I was sitting in front of you lot. I fucking love where I am right now. But to just... Yeah. I think you know what I'm saying. Beodora says, did Adam become a psychologist? You get a lot of these small town sorts, like the more introspective individuals in a small town, you get to know everybody. You know, this isn't the kind of town where one gets a psychiatrist, where one, you know, looks at mental health as anything other than a word in a Cthulhu video game. But, you know, people go down the pub and they share their problems and they chat them through.
Does everyone have an Adam?
I think so. I'm not sure everyone gives them a name, though. I don't think many people
And see
run
which
away and go
they
mental
worry.
protecting with their Adams either.
No? Is that a bit weird? Should I just talk to you in the shower? Or when I'm sat on the loo?
The loo? Charming. And to think I had you down as romantic. By the end of tomorrow, we'll have squeezed as much into our time here as we could. No regrets. Agreed?
Agreed.
And yeah, as Andolph was adding, like, you know, Adam's trying to give hypothesis to oppose the hypothetical she's already built up. The concept that everyone else is happy and I'm not. That... Oh! It's a key! That key is rotted. Star says he is 100% hallucination. He might be, although they're having a text-based conversation. So, I wonder. And Cerebral says, to be fair, Adam... To be fair, Adam is expressing a fairly common view in small-town UK. Yeah. Night Vale just says, Will, it's 2021. Hallucinations can have cellular phones. God, if I can't get a decent phone plan, I will be livid if Beth's hallucination can get a better phone than me. Cam says, I feel like we're going to get hit by the Fields train. I don't know. I think this is wearing its story very much on its sleeve. And I think by the end of it, it's going to be more about the realizations that Beth's come to rather than like the... Rather than some like gut punch in the pee. Okay, and Star says it is possible to send yourself text. It's not a bad shout.
Hey, we're not allowed to be downbeat anymore. That's the only rule from now on.
Alright.
Wow, your mood really has changed. Okay then, tell me, what's so great about our tent peg?
It's another find for the jar. And, well, it reminds me of all the time I've spent outdoors. No.
Damn it, Dustin and Kathy with ring, 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 dead Adam phone. Doop, 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 doop. Thanks. You understood I couldn't physically go past without making that, right? Like, making that noise.
All day behind a desk. Just doesn't feel like me, does it?
Goes with the job though.
It goes with that job.
Time to leave Mudlock.
No one should be unhappy at work.
Should and are very different.
I was happy there. When the idea of it being my company just made me buzz with excitement. It's not enough for me. Not anymore.
I want
It's like nothing would
more.
change. this time, I'm not going to ignore the signs.
And with that, Beth acquired a small mountain of cocaine and began her empire, which would eventually end with her gunning down several faceless minions and falling into a large, oversized, ostentatious marble pool, screaming, and I quote, "Say hello to my little friend."
What about the money?
Sorry.
The job security?
Yep, I know.
And Star, yes, that was a Little Mermaid reference. Ollie Outie into a Scarface reference.
But
I'm not sorry.
Lot is doing well. Dad and Lucy would never see me destitute, would they? Look, I'm the manager there because it's a family business. We both know I'll always have a job there, if I want it.
Thank God for friends and family in high places, eh?
I did work hard, though. It wasn't just a free ride. I still think I'd have been successful without a leg up. But the worst part, I've let it imprison me. It should have liberated me. I just let it tie me up in knots. Maybe it's time to see how I fare on my own. I need to trust myself. Learn to listen to myself again.
Oh yeah. Oh, and say horrible. Sorry, I didn't mean to scoff at that concept. Having a job you enjoy or working something that makes you happy doesn't necessarily have to be the thing that you are most passionate about. Or working a job that isn't horrible, that pays for stuff, is an admirable goal. I've also worked a bunch of shitty jobs throughout my life because I had to. It's an idealistic concept that Adam puts forward that, you know, one shouldn't be unhappy at work. He shouldn't be. But sometimes if it's a choice between, like, you know, being unhappy and being able to eat, sometimes you got to do the grown-up decision there. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I guess I've just lived in survival mode so many times in my life. I can't just dismiss the idea of a job that pays enough. Ooh! Oh, feck! I thought we were about to find something like Half-Life style saw blade there. Found a second place medal.
Cheeky git. I found loads of things. I just don't share all of them with you.
Yeah, sure you are, Beth. Sure
But
you are.
I'm going to polish it up and stick it with my award. It's time to admit, I've come second to Lucy.
Yeah, Adam.
Really? You think she's better than you?
Now, I didn't say that, but maybe she is the best person to take over at Mudalot. She'd love to run a business, but me? The idea of being in charge sounded good, but the more responsibility I have, the less time I get doing the things I love.
Been there,
You
Beth.
only
Been there.
just noticed.
No, I just expected something to change along the way, to grow into it, to find the same joy that Lucy finds in it. Same thing with Jake. I just thought that if I stuck with it, stuck with him, one day everything would just click. Where that hope turned into desperation. Couldn't face the idea of starting over. Oh, I'm so annoyed with myself. Ignoring the signs and wasting so much time with Jake. And I've spent all these months turning Lucy into a rival.
You can't rewrite what's happened.
No, but I can change course. Change what happens next.
With my help?
I don't normally need help from anyone. Why you?
Because no one knows you like I do. I know all your weaknesses, your fears, the things that make you fall apart.
Okay, it looks like Star's going to be getting a Gundam sticker, or a dinosaur sticker as you're choosing, because it looks like you've got it spot on. But then again, this doesn't feel like a game that's waiting for a big reveal. Like, the joy of Firewatch isn't the big twist, because if anything, a larger portion of that game turns out to not be this big, like, ha-ha reveal. It's the experience. And the other thing I've noticed about this is, you remember that first day we went detecting? Gorgeous, gorgeous skies. Balloons going overhead. All this, like, idyllic nonsense. And I don't know if you've noticed, but as we progress through the fields, it's getting more and more like actual small town Britain. Like the spools of cables that have been left here, traffic cones whose purpose is long dead, like graffiti on walls, broken stuff, you know, tarpaulin or barrels. Like, there's...
Ready to wrap up?
No!
Oh, I'm enjoying myself.
Okay, a bit longer then. Let's hope it's worth it.
Yeah, no, and Sailorable, like, I understand where you're coming from, and I hope I didn't sound like I was being a patronising know-it-all. I find it interesting that as this game's progressing, like, the idyllic... Like, that's a more accurate kind of British guy. Like, enough cloud cover, but not too much. Sorry, just Dustin saying, please welcome to the main stage, the Pat Fuck! Ha! Well, I'm pretty sure those are illegal in the UK. Knuckle duster? What will be up to in these fields? Well, your dad didn't bury that. Now let's wait for the call. Wait, we don't get a call from the knuckle duster? Barry's low.
I'm calling it. We're done for the day. See you back at the car.
Oh no, Caffeine's right. This is the FCF.
Who wants to sing?
The Fight Club field. Baron, thank you for the host. God, I want to spend more time on the metal detecting stuff. I feel like I'm not getting... Like, it's something I actually want to do. Okay, so now we've gone through kind of like...
Who wants to sing?
Now we've gone through most of the nonsense. Now we're into the catharsis. Oh, and Cam Steph, thank you for the host and all. It makes the numbers go up. Mr. Twitch likes that. Alright, so we'll check the barn. Wait to get a call from Lucy.
Who wants to sing?
Oh. Hey up. Hey up, it's the Model Lot van.
Good morning.
Oh, shit, you're in the van.
That's the
And
fancy
you're
van.
late for the last day of detecting.
It's been a crazy morning.
Okay, a van? Really?
But I didn't think you'd actually ditch your car for a van.
Did you think I was bluffing? I told you I was going to change. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, how are you? Found anything yet?
I've been here for 2 seconds.
Me? I'm good. No, I'm great, actually. Nice to see the sun again. But, what did you mean, tip of the iceberg? I feel like I'm missing something.
Yep.
I promise. I'll tell you everything later. Oh, Mrs. Hafers said thanks. She was so happy when she realised I'd found a bracelet. She was in tears.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was. Strangely so. Felt really good, making someone happy, doing something useful.
Oh. Yeah, Mrs. Havers is super dead.
Mr. Hobbs got in touch last night.
What? Like a visitation?
No, not the farmer. Hobbs Jr., the son that vanished. Although vanished seems a bit strong now.
Not dead!
His mum and dad divorced. He only moved a few miles away. Spent every other weekend right here.
So nothing creepy happened?
You sound disappointed.
No, I was just expecting something more dramatic. What did he want?
He heard I was detecting the farm again. Asked me to let him know if we found anything interesting. We had a laugh about the UFO photo as well. He fessed up, said it was his dad's idea.
Well, are you doing any detecting today?
Or am I just doing all the bloody work?
Calls to make. carry on without me. But let me know if you find anything.
Miss, I love detecting Trufflepigs. Basically just called up their imaginary friend, and I'm not quite sure how you do that. And to get us to do all the bloody work. Right. Let the games begin! Just Sage Bell and Sea Witch with, where are the fucking bones? Where are my fucking bones, Beth? You promised me bones. Some of those birthday buttons. These are starting to get a bit sinister. Happy birthday, it's your birthday! And the award for weirdest merch goes to Turtle with an envelope. Alright. Dustin makes an important point. Who watches the Watch Turtles? Cecile Orville says they worked out what's going on. Farmer's kid accidentally killed his mum. They buried the body out to protect the son. Ah, yeah. So that's where we're going to find the last round of bones. God. These gorgeous countryside. And the thing is, friends, like, even if it turns out to be exactly what it is, this whole story has been like basically Beth's breakdown into reawakening, like just refocusing and finding that happiness. I think that's a lovely little story, especially told through the medium as it is. Oh, found something. It's either a fancy pot or a bong. Oh, Daniel once did a bunch of weed out of that. Is it a doorknob? I'm not even sure what to say anymore. No, I'm pretty sure it's a tiny bong. Doorknob, indeed. When it comes to knob, it's probably better to say you don't know anything. Beth, you have led a sheltered life. I almost said something very rude then, and did not, so I would like to reward myself a dinosaur sticker. Especially after the lemon drizzle cake comment. just say all over with, but that's just a theory. A truffle pig theory. Oh, actually, yeah, Andorf does make a good point. If we wanted to find bones, I was supposed to pick up the bone detection DLC. I forgot to do that, and I am sorry. It's a tiny part of a bicycle chain. Nothing useful, but it's kind of shiny.
That's it. I've had enough.
Enough of me sending you pictures of junk?
Sorry.
No, this. Pretending that we're here to find treasure, when what I really needed to do was just clear my head. Like an idiot, I choose the one farm in the world that has views of everything that's been stressing me.
Jake's...
Woodalot, home, Jake's house, Lucy's place, Dad's. I was never going to relax with them in Clearview.
And me?
And me? You said I remind you of bad times too.
Maybe he didn't help.
Oh, fuck off!
Way to make me feel unwanted, Beth.
Oh, there are always going to be bumps in the road. I've used you to figure out how to cope. Everyone was right. You showing up is bad news.
Yeah. Get them dinosaur stickers ready.
I thought we were a team.
We are. Kinda. You're like an ambulance. You want them to be there, but at the same time, you don't. And it's not like I don't know what you are.
Your ventriloquist's dummy that tells you everything you don't really want to hear?
I know, it sounds dumb, but I panicked, felt desperate. I figured it out though. What I need to do next.
Oh yeah? Tell me more.
Let's do it over lunch.
It's nowhere near lunchtime yet.
We could start early. I've got Jaffa cakes.
Alright, one last session.
I've barely covered this field. Just give me a bit longer. Especially if this is my last chance to find anything. And if you value our friendship, you'll save me a Jaffa cake.
Friendship or Jaffa cakes? That's a tough one. I've got a few more calls to make, so go ahead. See you soon.
I do like Beadora's suggestion of give us a sandbox mode where we keep detecting until we build a whole bike. Also, I think Star was spot on. Like, Adam's her coping mechanism. And if Adam's not her coping mechanism, then Beth's not a nice person. But you know what? Regardless, this has been a lovely little adventure. Like, I genuinely feel like through the frustrations, this has just been a lovely little jaunt. Essentially getting to hear someone's internal monologue through the means of just taking 5 lovely days and an idyllic, albeit overly rose-tinted look at the English countryside. I mean, you can see on this last day, you can see how much more idyllic it is again. Like, this is not accidental symbolism, you know what I mean? Sailorable says, I'm definitely sticking around for the wrap-up. We need sleep anyway. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at sleep myself, and I'm not the friend you come to if you want to get a good night's sleep. I'm your help stay up until the wee hours friend. Oh, look, it's a bit of a zipper. Star's saying he is absolutely a fiction of her imagination, and she's not very nice. Good combo. Crux is like, could probably just bring some industrial machinery. A zip fastener. Can you imagine the story about how it got here? Well, at very least, Sea Witch, you're not on your lonesome. One of my personal philosophies is, at least, nah, battery low.
That's it, I guess. I always knew this battery would kill off my detecting career. Well, this is a bit different. So, what happened to the car?
It's gone. Sold it and borrowed this from Dad.
In a day?
Van. So, what's
Who'd you
the
sell
plan?
it to? The bloke down the pub?
I'm going on an adventure. And there's no plan. Well, there is, but it's kind of vague.
You're going to steal your dad's van?
Get away from here and really clear my head. Sold my engagement ring too. I figured some extra cash would fund my next adventure.
Actually, I found
I
that,
don't need it, and I figured I could have a lot of fun with the money.
Wow, you have had a busy morning.
That's only the start of it. When we finish up here, I'm going to hit the road with my detector. I've got a tent, sleeping bag, shovels, walking boots, everything I need to go detecting.
I thought you'd had enough of detecting.
I've had enough of detecting here, on this farm. Coming here was a step backward. I was trying to turn the clock back to a happier time. I'm not that kid anymore.
And what about Modelot?
There'll always be a role there for me, if I want it. I'm taking some Modelot gear with me. I'll road test it while I'm out and about. Maybe write some blog posts for the website.
Lies! Beth is lies!
Design. Creating things again. That's amazing. I'm sure Mum would approve. I hope Dad does too.
Hopefully. But that's not why I'm doing it. I've spent too long trying to be what I thought Dad and Mum wanted me to be. Neither of them would want me to be miserable, running mud a lot.
And Lucy and Dad, are they okay with this?
It's alright, Beadora. She's
They love
got
it.
17,000 water
Lucy gets to
bottles.
be boss, and Dad doesn't have to disappoint one of his kids.
Lucy must be over the moon.
We chatted for ages last night. It was her who lost the bag, with all the other jewellery they were going to hide for me to find.
Well, she did hide it, in a way. And all these years later, we still managed to find it.
But it was so nice, chatting like sisters again instead of rivals. We've both missed that.
And where to first?
Sally's. I'll take her and the kids detecting. See if I can make up for years of broken plans. Then I'm going to see Claire. Maybe have a messy weekend at a festival.
Ha! Now you're talking.
Who knows? Maybe come home and do something with Lucy. Or I could rent my place out and carry on travelling.
You on your own home?
Maybe I could come with you?
We both know that's not how this works. You and me. It only works when I'm in a bad place. When my plans fall to bits.
Okay. Adam needs to be a figment of her imagination, because if he's not, this is the most fucked up shit. And I will be gunning for Beth. Sorry, I know I shouldn't say it like that. Now, Caffeine, I don't think that he's been calling them mum and dad. I think he's been calling them your mum and dad. So this is kind of the as the disconnect is coming back together. Okay, Sagebell, Sea Witch, if we do need to murder Beth, you're gonna have to split the bones. Like, I know I promised first dibs on Sea Witch, but like, there's only so many bones in the human body, and we do have a lot of people.
This road trip is my practice run. A chance to learn to enjoy detours and be spontaneous. If I don't have a plan, it can't fall to bits.
But you always plan ahead. Life goals, that's you. That's your thing.
Not anymore.
In that case, taking life as it comes is my new goal.
And I'm sorry you didn't find what you were looking for.
I found exactly what I needed to find.
Will I ever see you
Do
again?
you think I'll ever see you again?
Dunno. Maybe.
Well, you know where to find me. If you ever, you know.
I know. But I've got this. For now. Bye, Adam. Sally! Sorry about our last call. I didn't mean to be so tetchy. Me? Oh, I'm good. Now I'm great, actually. Well, I wasn't, but I am now. That's the important thing. Adam? Oh, don't worry. I don't need Adam. Everything's under control.
Sally's like, are you fucking sure? Because he is a figment of your imagination. Last time you did this, you burnt down half the school.
You and the kids, are you free tomorrow? I'd love to take you all out detecting. They can get muddy while we have a catch up. I've got so much to tell you. Yeah, me too. Oh, I can't wait. But I hope you're in a chatty mood. I've barely spoken to anyone for the last week.
Yeah, there it is. What a gorgeous little game. Also, Sea Witch and people are asking where the wishbone is on a human. I mean, most of them are wishbones if you're strong enough, you know, like... I mean, my hand was pretty much a wishbone, and I wish I hadn't bloody broken that bone. You know what I mean? Oh, what a lovely little game. What a lovely little game. There's a few things that I do want to point out. Oh yeah, Arthur Dable and... so Lucy Davis is Beth and Arthur Dable is Adam. There's a few things I do want to point out about this. So, did you notice there was no facial capture or people anims? Which was a smart fucking play. Like, the voice performances did all of the hard work. And they kind of realized that. One of the smart things about Firewatch is it had that very chunky style. But at no point did you see the characters, like, facial animation type stuff. And I thought that was very, very clever. And I genuinely enjoyed the process of being out in the environment. I feel they missed a trick by not letting us spend more time in the environment. Letting us kind of soak ourselves in that a bit more. But, I mean, saying I wanted more from this, I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. Perhaps I would have gotten bored with like the metal detecting aspect. Perhaps my collectabilities. Caffeine says it could have been a cash decision. It could have been. Oh, do you mean the no facial, or do you mean the time we could spend in the field? Because the no facial, absolutely a cash decision. Like, spending that money on performers that could convey some pretty complex concepts was real good. Like, and it absolutely captured that small town village stylings so very well. Like, but yeah, I do agree with Sage Bell. Is like, why couldn't we just zone out and metal detect for hours? I also feel like what Sailorable was saying about like the number of things we could detect or look at, that feels like that was our limitation on a day. And in honesty, like, I wanted to look around, I wanted to find everything, but the manner... wait, continue sometime last week plus. Do you want to do sometime last week plus? See if it lets us fuck around. What is New Game Plus? Do we get to unlock, like, the super detector? Fuck it. Let's find out. We might as well have a trundle around the fucking village while we chat about this. I'd love to hear your thoughts and feels on this one. Wait, what? What the fuck?
Next week? That's all I've got. Then the farm vanishes.
Oh, okay. No, this was the very beginning.
Really? Well, if you can't manage the whole week, maybe just a day or two. No, it has to be.
Yeah, no,
now.
we're into bone time now.
Apart next week.
Oh!
I'm sure.
You know what it's
I'm
going to
sat
be?
right outside
Sometime
now.
last
I
week
can see
plus
the
is going to
sign.
be all the things we found so far. And the things we could have found.
No, I already tried Claire. She's away partying.
Oh.
Jen's in Hong Kong on business.
I tell you what, friendos, I'm just going to nip to loo, pee real quick, and then let's have a trundle about. If this does what I say, if this does what I think it's going to do, then we should be able to, like, fucking start again on some of this cool stuff, which I'm very okay with. Yeah, just give me that one. Captain Steph says, so what if she killed Adam? Adam is a childhood friend that she murdered in a fit of rage. Also, I did notice that it did a very good job setting up a few kind of like fake out mysteries. Like the point where she starts talking about the knife and we're in the field just finding like women's jewelry or like costume jewelry type stuff. And you start being like, shit, what if the farmer killed his wife and we're going to find like a fucking body out here? And it did a good job. And again, I think that's what captures that like small village kind of mentality, that little village mystery. Beadora says, we're building a bike. Why not? Why not? Sorry, I'll be back in just a second. I desperately have to pee. Thank you all for waiting. Unpause that. Get this going. I mean, Beth can have a natter around, but it does make sense now early on why her friend was like, "Yo, you talking to friend again?"
Of course.
Oh,
not.
Ozzy, yeah, go have a shower.
Oh, I'm sorry,
hang on.
Sally. Forget I asked. Jake's gone away, and I just.
Oh, sorry about that.
The old gang back together, you know, for a bit of fun, like the old
Yeah, I think I
days.
just want to see what New Week Plus, or was it Last
Oi,
Week Plus,
detecting is
looks like.
fun. Look,
I do kind of wish I
don't worry
could
about it.
power skip through this. But,
I've
I mean, considering
I've
that
actually
the
been
setup and narrative of this is the big hook, like, you don't want to blast the narrative parts. I will still say,
Adam,
I do think we should have been allowed to spend more time just detecting and trundling around.
understood him.
And considering how much there was behind each, while the conversation is happening in her own head,
Jake isn't here, is he? Besides, Adam's a friend. Nothing else.
Yeah, Adam's a friend, and despite what you all think, he is good for me. Yup!
He is good for me.
Star does make an excellent
I don't
point
need
that,
to
like,
ask
joking
anyone else
aside,
for help.
if you are
Trust
having
me.
very, very bad mental
I
health
need
issues,
Adam.
quitting your job and going on a road trip, maybe not the best idea. Like, to
Ignore
take
me.
a
Speak
break
soon,
away
yeah?
from your support system. But, like, you know, taking a few weeks off and going seeing some friends and stuff like that, it's not a bad shout.
Hey, Adam. It's me. Oh, look, I know it's been years, but I've got myself into a situation. I don't think I can handle it. Not on my own. That unfinished business at the farm.
JP
We
says she's
need to
regretting.
finish it.
So she's talking to Adam because she
Now.
regrets she didn't go with him instead of Jake. I think it's more. By the sounds of things, like, Adam was someone she created as an imaginary friend or as a coping mechanism during the height of her fame. Like.
Okay. Adam? Can you hear me?
We can.
Loud and clear. Where are you?
Don't worry, I'm close by.
God, you weren't kidding about getting an early start. I was hoping we might have a lazy start to the week. Grab breakfast, mooch around.
Alright, Adam's
get
gonna
reacquainted.
Adam.
But no,
There'll be plenty of time to do that.
Sorry, what was I going to add?
Good to know
Lost
these
my
things
train
are
of
still working.
thought.
they are, which is a surprise considering how cheap and nasty they look.
Yes, I'm with Star that I don't think Adam was ever a real person. I think Adam was originally conceived as a coping
Haven't we
mechanism
grown
when she
out
was a
of
kid.
toys?
Probably because she got all this fame and attention from finding this earring, but deep down in her heart of hearts, she knew it was
Grab the
lucky.
shovel and the trowel, then head out to the
Oh,
fields.
wait, Sage Bell's
Hurry
spotted
up,
something.
You're missing a beautiful day.
Oh, Sage Bell, we're doing, what was it called? Last Week Plus. There's basically like a new game plus mode that we can try,
Isn't it
and I'm
amazing
curious to
up
see
here?
what that entails.
These views are incredible.
Theodora says that they like to think that Adam is real, and Beth's just being a douchebag, using him to sort of her feelings and then leaving him cold. Oh yeah, Ozymandias, thank you. Sometime last week plus.
Your detector's over by the gatepost. Right by the fields, you'll be scouring first.
Let's see what it gets us. Also, Collector the Detector. Promise I'll stop saying that.
Just switch it on.
Switch it
and
on, walk around, as soon as you get up.
As soon as you get close to any
Lights up like
metal,
crazy.
Beep like crazy and light up.
Oh, I think
That's
I get it.
I just
Wait,
walk
is that
around
gate
swinging
open?
this thing about.
Yeah, that's it.
Was that gate
Nice.
open before?
You
Because
could
we
probably
might be
train
getting
a
some
monkey
extra
to do
areas. Last week tonight with John Oliver
Maybe I
Plus.
just did.
Oh, that sounds more like a Disney service.
Oh, we're gonna have fun this week.
Now, serious for a second. I usually work in straight lines, rather than randomly walking around. It's easier that way.
See, she tells us
Okay,
that,
You're the boss.
and then that results
Not
in
the boss.
that resulted in us
Well, let's
wasting
see what
like
you can
half
find.
this field. Yeah, I know. All right. That is a bit of a pisser. So just got to keep an ear out for that hot air balloon. Oh, well. I was hoping that it would keep track of what we'd found so far. But it does allow us to see stuff like, you know, the picture of the school and stuff.
Yeah, they've asked me to go and give a talk to the kids and tell them how to be a success.
And what would your advice be?
I guess it's all about working hard, going to university, and having a great plan.
Having a dad that owns a company. Is that one of your tips?
Hey! I still worked hard for everything. I studied so hard, it was non-stop. I wasn't one of those students that had spare time to goof around, working in a bar or club. I was fully committed.
What do you mean working? Okay. This becomes very, very interesting when you realise that Adam isn't a contrary voice. Adam is her internal monologue. Adam's being like, yo. Oh, Lord Lost and Found. Go get some sleep, friend. So I... Oh, sorry, it's Beth just grumbling about going detecting up at the old castle that there's nothing to find there, because all it is leftovers from tourists. I guess now I'm going to experiment a little. I'm just going to stand here and chat and hang out with you lot. And I'm going to see if the time limit starts proccing stuff. Like I said, it's sad that the things that we found previously aren't there. And I do think they've missed a trick in that regard. It's so weird. It's so weird with video games like this that they can come so close to greatness. And it's only on small parts of the experience that it falls down. Okay, it's no small feat to design a game like this. Hey!
What's up, party people?
We're hanging out in the most stereotypical, quintessential English countryside you could imagine. How are you? Oh, sorry, and numbers. Thank you for 35 months, friend. Like, tier 2 and all. I know we chat and natter on the regular. I'm still grateful for it. Thank you. How goes your Zoid? And yeah, if we find some bones for Sea Witch, we're absolutely going to deliver. Also, numbers. I managed to finish my teal monstrosity, which I might do the decals on tonight, depending on how I'm feeling, and then is done. Number says, they're stored in the Zoid for a bit. I think they need glue for a part. Okay. I will say, numbers, if you need it, like, now, I mean, not that I'd be able to come with you today or tomorrow, because hanging out here, but the Gundam store down in the International District does stock, like, the Tamiyama stuff I use. The ultra fine... Sorry, everybody, take 5. Will's going to start talking Gundam nonsense. I know. Sadly, I cannot do Sunday. My life's slowly getting very, very busy. It's getting a busy winter. But, yeah. Hang on, I'll bring it up on main screen. Oh, big sound fell off. So it's this stuff. Tiyama or Tamiya? Extra thin cement. That is super, super good for models and games. Sage Bell says they have something to add to busyness. Oh, do tell. Number says they're working in HR now instead of the lab. Is that better? Because I know it was by no means easy work. So deal. A lot of people who got IRS letters. So overall, yes, lovely. Just something I'm trying to figure out. Well, I mean, Sageball, if you want to DM me and then we'll go from there, we can scheme, plan. Also, I think that it is literally based on how many things you find. So, Seolable was right. Like, that's how it detects the amount of time. And I guess one could make a design case for something like this of being like, oh, well, the more different things you find, the more that your experience can be different from another person's. But I don't know, the nature of this linear narrative made me want to just be a metal detector. I mean, we played this game for what, like 3-4 hours? Hang on, what does Steam say we did? Sorry, bear with me a second. Yeah, Steam says we've been on this game for... Steam, we have not been on this game for 5.5 hours. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. And I did not start this game when we started the stream. Caffeine saying about 4-ish, yeah. I would have been happy with this being a game that allows us the experience of just happily digging through stuff. Especially because... my first find, and it's money. That was our first find. Okay, so the finds, where you find them is... Alright. Sometimes, friends, New Game Plus is not...
Hey, a penny's a great first find. But we'll find something way more impressive before this week's out.
No, you know
Sure
what?
about that? You scoured this place as a kid. Not much has happened here since. We could go anywhere, but you insist on staying here and standing. I don't get it.
Come on, you know why. That earring, the best thing I ever found. The other one is definitely here, and I want to find it.
That earring? You can't be sure the other one's here.
Caffeine says, I wonder if the story's on repeat without knowledge of the ending.
Don't care what anyone else says. Last time...
Alright, we'll do one more detection, and if it matches the previous one...
This obsession of yours?
That earring changed my life. Okay, I was only a kid, but it changed everything. Still makes me smile thinking about it. The money seemed like a lottery win back then. And being in the papers, being the centre of attention. It was nice.
Just Sagebell chanting, "We want bones! We want bones!"
Why now?
I asked Farmer Hobbs so many times, but he always said no. Maybe he thought he could find the other earring for himself.
But not this time.
Well, he couldn't really, could he? Not now that he's dead.
Hey, Caffeine,
Just
let no one
when
say
you
we don't break the
started to
mold.
think the day would never come,
But then
he
again,
goes
we'll
and
probably
dies.
head over to
Supposed
Thor after
be
this,
way.
because that's
Oi! No!
that's where I'm hoping to bring our power groups together. The Go Pirate fleet.
And next week they start installing a solar farm.
So this is it. The last chance for more fame and fortune.
It's the last chance to find that earring. I don't care about the money or being in the news again. No, I just want to... It felt so good last time. I don't think I've ever been as happy.
This is all very telling
Just in
now.
case the builders arrive early and turf us off.
You mean I'm not supposed to be here?
Oh, relax, Adam. I bet no one even notices you.
Yep. That's why she didn't want to go for a drink with Adam in the pub. Right. Alright, so if we get the same thing again, then I'm going to call ahead and see... Beth. So I'll call ahead on the gameplay. I'll have a quick look and see what new last week plus unlocks. Yeah. Because it could be that there are detection points throughout the map. And the order in which we find things is... Or it could be that Penny's the first one. Oh! This is something new. For a picnic or from a junkie, Adam. Oh, Beth? Oh. There's hot air balloon bloke. Where are you? See, I didn't even know at the beginning that I could take pictures of that. Love to go in a balloon once. Looks so peaceful and serene.
Me too. They fly across almost every day during the summer. The views are meant to be amazing. Lucy and I were planning on taking Dad up as a surprise when he retires. You should come too.
I'm surprised it's your kind of thing.
I'm part of your psyche. Of course I'm coming with.
If the wind gets up, you could end up being carried miles off course. You'd hate that.
It'd be an adventure.
You hate adventures.
Adam's not wrong.
Do not.
Really? It seems like everything you want to do in life is road mapped.
Maybe it just looks that way because I'm ambitious and headstrong. I can still go with the flow.
In denial. Alright. Oh, there's another one. But yeah, I can't lie. This game is just gorgeous. Alright, so let's bring it back. We can have a chat and a banter about this. I'm also going to look up like what new Last Week Plus like makes available. Because there may be more to it. Because it does say continue Monday Plus. So I'm kind of curious. But again, there was... I wanted to spend more time in that world, and sometimes it's irksome, like, having to fight against a game for the things that I want to go for. Does that make a weird sense? I don't know. I'm trying not to impose my video gaming tastes on this too much, you know what I mean? Okay. So I now know what New Game Plus pertains to. So according to this, New Game Plus allows you to complete the achievements that you might have missed, but is otherwise the same. However, it does give you the chance to see some of Beth and Adam's conversations in a different light, now that you know more about the situation. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I don't know if it's something that I would tear into... Sorry about that. I don't know if it's something that I would tear into again, but I'm definitely glad that I went through. Yeah, so sadly, Seawitch, we're in a bone-free environment. I will say that according to the achievements in this game, there was a graveyard. We just didn't find it. So it's not that I can say that there was categorically no bones, but I was not good enough to find you bones. As a host, I failed you, and for that I can only apologize. I will have to make sure that we play something that is rampantly with bones. Although we do have, we finally have a date for the restart of Divinity Original Sin 2. So there will be excessive amounts of bones on that one. Although those are the kind that talk back. So I don't know if I'll be able to lend you Lord Calcium Bonio. As Gavin said, it was a good game. It's been a great game, but solid, well put together. Yes, but that might be also because of my nostalgia. Like, I didn't grow up in a village like that, but the mentality of it, oh boy. Oh, and Zodi, what ho, friend? Did I say hello when you came in? I hope I did. I hope I did. Dustin says Bucket Squad 2, Pale Brigade. I don't know. I think we can come up with something new. The goal is basically the first session of Divinity 2 is just going to be character creation, like finding ourselves, finding the fun, and going from there. Also, Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Okay. So Zodi, apologies for not saying hello when you came in, but yeah, in my defense, this game was gorgeous, and I thought it was very clever how the environment was just one big farm, and yet as it moved around, it very much reflected what was going on with Beth. I mean, the question you could, if you wanted to mull it over in your noodle, the question you could go over is, how much of it... Yay! Aw. I mean, Beth might be bunking off work, but House Carl aren't. Whoever that spooky anonymous ghost was, thank you kindly for gifting a sub to Sea Witch. That's feckin' cool of you. But yeah, which points were Beth and which points were Adam? Which points was Beth imagining Adam doing stuff? That kind of thing, you know? Because the whole bit where, like, Beth sells her car in the morning and then has planned out an adventure and things like that, like, we were Adam at that point. I don't know. It poses some interesting questions. Nothing that desperately needs to be solved, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, Dustin's asking who will be the players. Right. So we have Stringer Please, or Laura from work, who you'll remember from the Rock Paper Sock stream and from giving me some serious backup when needed during the faux Yorkshire voice day. And the other is Zalavir, of an airport for aliens currently run by dogs. Was it Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, and also writing on Hypnospace Outlaw and Skateburb, Can Androids Survive and Can Androids Pray. Like, some top tier Zalavirin. We're also going to make an additional character as like a guest slot, so that as people, like, there are peeps that I would love to introduce you all to, and there are too many cool people versus the sheer number of rad individuals. Wait, no, that sentence didn't make any fucking sense. Sorry. If you hear a beeping sound like a truck going backwards, that's me rewinding time to utter words that make some kind of sensical sense. Basically, I have loads of friends that I'd love to play Divinity with, and I have loads of people I'd love to introduce you to. But there's only so many characters, so what we're going to do is we're going to have basically like a stunt dwarf. We're going to have an additional character who is there to be like the stand-in. Yeah, Caffeine, thank you for putting that together in a whole cohesive way. Guest slot for cool friends. There we go. Because I still haven't gotten a chance to introduce you all to Tobias proper, aside from when he was round here and made me, what was it, chug a bloody hard seltzer. And Sage Bear...
He was also in Depth.
Oh yeah, he was in Depth. But Depth was a cacophony of friendos. I mean, Beadora, it's a lovely problem to have, having too many great, exceptional friendos that I want to introduce you all to. Like, that is a glorious problem to have. So yeah. That's going to be starting on the 16th. Honestly, I'm just going to be reprising the role of Lord Calcium Bonio, because I need to know what would have happened. However, I have no idea who, like, Zalavir and Laura are going to be put together. Beadora says, literally named Stunt Dwarf, plot twist, actually an elf. Well, unless the character's called Stunt Dwarf, regardless of what it is. Because if one person's going to be an elf, elves in Divinity are not cannibals per se, but they can eat the flesh of the dead and gain their knowledge or memories. You know, regular stuff. Obviously, I'm going to be a skeleton, and as a skeleton, I have diddle fingers. No, literally, skeleton bones can be used instead of lockpicks. Lizzie, I have hydrated. And caffeinated. Caffeine says, give folks a teaser of Lord Calcium Bonio. I mean, you're just asking for, like, what if Skeletor could say, what ho, dickheads! Meh! It is I once more, Lord Calcium Bonio! Ready to cast one Hadouken! You fuck! That's it. That's what you're gonna get from me. God, I'm gonna be insufferable, aren't I? Doodly doodly doo, doodly doodly doo. I might tweak. I might tweak Calcium a little bit because
I'm not saying that I'm gonna be happy I'll be out of town on the 16th, but I'm gonna be happy I'm out of town on the 16th.
I made sure it was either gonna be the Saturday or the Sunday when you were gone. let me get all the Calcium Bonio keen out of my system.
Just give me time so I can like put my headphones on.
Yeah. So Lizzie was saying for a stream goal, we'll do Skeletor voice for the whole day. That's already happening. That's not a threat. It's a promise. You know, Beodora, that's an interesting concept. I hadn't thought of that. Now I've got to, like, ponder the moral quandaries of the Great Wastelands. Now, I believe Salem and I still need to do a throwdown for when the next Debts thing's happening. But that's a story for another day. Alright, so yeah. Just as a quick recap before I pass you over to one of our illustrious friendos on the internet. So, tomorrow we're playing Keyword. Keyword is a like lateral thinking detective logic puzzle kind of game. And I am going to need your help. I mean, I didn't like... Also you, but all of you, because that's not my jam, but I love it. So we'll be able to solve some puzzles together tomorrow. We're playing Sable on Thursday, Blackout Club Friday, although I don't know how we're going to recover from seeing a god die firsthand. I don't know if I've recovered from that yet. So... Oh yeah, numbers, like, we'll crack those puzzles. Sorry, forgive my itchy nose. Saturday is currently Golf Club Wasteland, which is the last... Earth has become an inhospitable wasteland and is now only used as a golf course for the ultra-rich. It is the story of the end of the world as told through a slow game of golf. The dates to pencil in, the 9th, next Memnull, the 16th, Divinity 2, and potentially the 30th. Oh, what's up? Oh, you got them fancy headphones.
I was trying to find these for weeks.
They were
I
here.
realized where they were.
With the splitters. And on the 30th. Oh, Zodi says hi! Yeah, Fee Booty. I will inform Fiona of all your hellos. Alright, the 30th. We're doing the Longship Worms Open. Sponsored by Jump Leads. So, thanks to Ben and Ben's upcoming show, Jump Leads, we are going to be doing an open Worms Armageddon tournament. Which might still be on sale? It is. How long is it on sale for? It is on sale for 16 hours. So if you don't currently have a copy of Worms Armageddon on Steam, you can buy it for $4. And yeah, those are kind of the big dates. I'm hoping to have some more stuff to tell you about soon, but we'll go from there, yo. Right, I have a lot of thank yous to send. Also, I'm going to pass you over to Thor. I know you are probably all inundated with friendos currently doing New World, but our Longshipian goal is to join Thor and his company as part of the Purple Mama Jammers, I believe. No, I don't know what his company's called. The reason being, it's going to be a while before I can get into New World. And running a company, a guild, if you will, on top of that is a lot of work. I know Thor's going to do it, and I know he's going to do a cracking job. Plus, the very reason that I'm able to sit here and do this show full-time is because Thor sent me that DM being like, stop being a sad sack of shit, stream on this day and I will raid you. And that was the start of our adventures. Now, yes, Lizzie is correct. Thor did steal my nudes, but then I got him back by gnoming him. And I am the first person to have done him a gnomage. So, I'm kind of proud of that. Beador hadn't heard of New World till tonight. I mean, that's understandable. It's very much in the Guild Wars vein of MMORPGs, or MMORPGs if you're a square. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying now. Right, let me roll credits. Let me say thank you. Oh yeah, no, Caffeine, like, you've got a lot of stuff going on. You don't have time. I don't believe, like, Lizzie of Moose have got the bandwidth. So, like, I also don't think we have enough of a squad to make being a company of our own volition worth it. Like, in some regards, there are parts of New World that are a bit of a numbers game. And so I'm sending you to the person who is the best at numbers. Andorf says, I haven't heard of it, but you caught my interest. Well, alright, let me do credits, let me say thank yous, and then I'll pass you over. But let's have something a little bit more upbeat. There we go. Alright, anyway, sorry, I keep getting lost into the feckin' multi-track spatial dimension stuff. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm the variant which is shown to other time-traveling wills as an example of, make sure you don't stray off the path, otherwise you'll end up like this fucker. Right! I have thank yous to send. As, I really hope you're all aware, days like today, feckin' all of them are because you lot keep us going. Be it burying axes into people's faces, or digging up pennies in the English countryside. Like, you lot keep us going, and we cannot say thank you enough. Today I would like to thank Sagebell, Professor Farnsworth, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Favor 6 Bacon Avenger, Sailorable. God, it's as I read it, I get it wrong. Blah. Vanderbeest, Down on a Dwarf, ET3 Stooge, it's DX Manfire, Strager, Crux, J-Post, Wolfgrat, Quasimoto, a sorry green fire in the Sistar. Bits are still the biggest thing that keep us going. So, sincerely, thank you. Your moderators today was Lizzie, Rhymes with Moose and Caffeine, and Unity Project and Sally O'Malley were our new follow peoples. Hopefully we get to chat to those two, and again, Mod Team, you are fucking legends to a person. Now those that subbed or were hunted by House Carl. I'd like to thank Demo Master, Necrofancy Iron Leonum, Jeep's Variety Show, Zelky Plays, Extremely Low, Some Numbers, and Sea Witch. Thank you. Hosts today came from Hayet's Fiona, The Lost Flowers, Baron Sheep, Captain Stephanie Barnes, and Sagebell. And we were graced by raids with both Imperios Unlimited and ET3 Stooge. Both of whom you should be following, because their morning shows are fucking cracking. Right! Now, I'm going to pass you over to Thor, so if you've got any questions about Guild Wars but colonialism, he will be able to answer them, because he went hard on the beta, and by the looks of things, is planning to go hard now. As for me, I have to go do very boring things, but they will be boring things that will be feckin' worth it.
Hey Ninja Brian, is that a Mystic Space Portal behind you? Oh shit!
Yeah, Caffeine, only ship in the fleet is here. Oh. I mean, I guess Stooge has a submarine, and we've got a longship, so I guess we're no longer the only additional boat, but we're up there. Oh, Caffeine says there's the raid message. Yeah, I'm copying that. No, not with Caffeine's name as well. Does it work? It works. Alright, we ride. Friends, I'll see you on Discord, and I'll see you tomorrow for some puzzles. Feckin' weed.